Hello everyone and welcome to the PUBG Mobile America's Challengers. Tonight is the final night of Grand Finals and joining me is the incredibly talented DK. Welcome to DK's Finals.
Yes, sir, it is indeed. It is day number 3, the big day, the day that all these teams have been fighting towards. And I mean, today's going to be a day jam-packed with a lot of things that is going to be coming up. And of course, we'll be taking a look at all of that in a very short while. But I think just to add to a little bit of the pressure that these teams are facing, right? We started off with 298 teams, all getting whittled down to only the top 18 that made it into these finals. And of course, today we will see which team will be the team to sit atop the board, who will be the team crowned the champions here, and of course, which other 2 teams will be stepping up and also securing that 2nd and 3rd place. So far, it has been a pretty arduous situation for a lot of these teams, right? Very grueling matches that they've had to work their way through. And of course, speaking about the teams, let's remind everybody who we have participating here today. As we can see, the Wolves, we've got Faction and everybody else on the list as well. Of course, it is going to stop all the way over at Influence Rage, and then the team coming through from almost there. So quite a few contenders that are going to be stepping out onto the battlefield. But as we know, only one team can sit at the top and walk away with all the brownie points going along with that. So they're going to be playing for, well, bragging rights and a share of the prize pool as well. But to add a little bit of excitement in for the games here today, as we've been mentioning over the previous few days, of course, there is going to be the Smash rule that is going to be kicking in today, as well as the Golden rule. So if you're watching, you'll see in the chat, there is a message that is pinned. Go in there, go vote, and you have the say in what happens to the final 2 matches of today. We'll be taking a look at that graphic in a very short while as well. But so it is going to be a very exciting day. We've seen the Smash rule several times before. We know what it does. And of course, to remind the viewers what the Smash rule is, it is of course that after our 2nd match, the Smash rule will come in. So we take the team sitting at the top of the board, we add 10 points to that, and that is going to be the target. So whoever catches that target in the next match, match number 3, will then have the opportunity to qualify for something, right? That means that the something is, if they win match number 4, they win the event, and we are done. Right then and there. No further matches will be played. The game is over. The competition is done. The team that wins by Smash rule is the team that wins overall, irrespective of how many points they have. So if the team in 9th place, for instance, was able to catch the Smash rule point, and then they win the next match, they win the overall tournament, right? But we'll see a little bit in a little while, of course, what that point situation is and where these teams find themselves and who will be the likely teams to step up and maybe grab that Smash point opportunity for themselves. But yeah, Green, it is going to be an exciting day, right? As we've seen over the previous few days, we are going to be starting on Erangel, Miramar. We're going to be heading into a little bit of that Rondo, Miramar, and Erangel. And as you'll see in a short while, once we get into that Golden rule, there is maybe going to be a little bit of a different outcome to remainder of the map rotation here for the day. But in the meanwhile, it is going to be our MVPs for this event so far. It is Vitaly all the way from iNCO sitting with a very comfortable 32 total eliminations. McGrellan coming in hot alongside Diego, each also bringing in 30 eliminations apiece. Then we see Philippen coming through with 25, and Revo from Alpha 7 securing themselves 22 total elims. So a lot of work has been brought in by these 5 participants right here.
Yes, and they've been using those grenades. But Vitaly with 30 nades coming through after just these few matches that they played so far. 11 matches up till now. So beautifully played well at the ends of matches, pushing the teams over the ridge lines to push them back. Just absolutely beautiful nades. And yes, that doesn't surprise me at all that iNCO is number 1 and number 2, because as you can see now, iNCO is in first place with 170 total points. I thought they had 5 winner chicken dinners, but they've got 4 winner chicken dinners. 2 days of almost back-to-back winner chicken dinners. They are just dominating this. Alpha 7 in second, almost 40 points away from first place. Influence Rage in third with 132, only 2 points behind Alpha 7's 134 points. So for these teams to get up to iNCO, to get close to those smash points, DK, we need to see a lot of action in these first couple of matches, because by match 3 Rondo, we already know that leaderboard can really fill up with points.
Yeah, and of course, if Alpha 7 and Influence Rage want to stand any chance in catching iNCO before that smash rule kicks in, they will have to bring in everything in the next 2 games, because looking at that point differentiation there, we are looking at a very wide gap, right? 36 points between first and second place. So there's going to be quite a bit of work needing to come through from either of those 2 teams, Alpha 7 and Influence Rage. Then, of course, the rest of the lobby. Action, straight out of Nepal, all the way down to Legion Zen. They have a big say in what happens here today, but so does the viewers. The viewers have a say. We were mentioning the golden rule, and here it is. We have 4 options to choose from. The first option is going to be all in. So it is inspired by poker rules. It is all or nothing. The last 2 matches will grant double points in the final score of those matches. So if a team scores 1 point, it's worth 2. If they score 30, it's worth 60. So there is going to be a lot of opportunity and a lot of upsets coming through there. Of course, only one rule can be selected. Total domination is going to be where there for the first zone. It's going to be a 3x multiplier. So while the zone still says zone 1, the teams will be granted 3 points per elimination. Then we move over to golden opportunity, which is the last 2 matches will be worth 15 extra points. So there is a total of 25 placement points up for grabs. So whoever grabs that winner chicken dinner can add 25 points on top of the total number of eliminations they've been able to secure. So if they get 30 eliminations, they walk away with 55 total points for that particular match. So it is going to be insane. Match conversion is where we turn the last 2 matches, match 4 and 5, also into Rondo. So we'll have Erangel, Miramar, and a triple dose of Rondo coming in. On top of that will be the smash rule. So this is going to make the event super challenging for whoever dares to step up and be the challengers. So the viewers have a vote in this, and you have all the way up until the end of match number 3 to choose your option. So go ahead, click on the link in the description and go choose one of them, right? I think if it comes down to what could be happening, I think any one of those 4 rules. I mean, because I think all in can definitely change in quite a drastic bit. What we see coming through here, if the teams choose the final 2 matches to really crank it up, they could look to dominate and catch up. You know, maybe still play for that smash rule coming in. If anything else is selected as well, I think, again, it makes the opportunity for the teams a little bit further down those standings a lot more plausible, right? Going from 106 points, trying to catch 170 in a normal standard PUBG game is going to be exceptionally difficult. But if something like double or nothing comes in, if we see something like all in, for instance, come through, those could really have a major impact as to whether or not teams can actually play catch up or whether or not the game is over for them. And then, of course, Green, it changes because the teams that are not well within the point situation here, they have a say in what happens to those teams sitting at the top, right? They can decide, will they allow them to get aggressed upon themselves, right? Or will they look to go out and hunt these teams down to give an opportunity to other teams maybe to play a game of catch-up?
Yeah, so we got to find out if they're going to be super aggressive, because that's what we've been seeing this whole final stage is just absolute aggression onto each other. And so all in could really make a huge difference. But just about any of these, even the total domination for the very beginning, if they're going to go and do the hot drops, they can get some points. The map conversion to Rondo, where we know that Rondo really brings in a lot of points. So bless you, people out there in the chat, make sure you click that link and vote for your favorite. Do you want all in? Do you want the golden opportunity, total domination, or match conversion? Your vote matters. Get over there and tell us what you really want to see for these players, or for these teams at the end of today.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot riding on this. So, yeah. It's going to be exciting to see which one the viewers decide on. So if you've not decided, again, that link is pinned in the chat. So get over and get your votes cast. We are looking forward to seeing what the golden rule is going to be the one to come on through. But yeah, I think, aside from Smash Rule, which already is going to be quite a bit of an exciting turnaround here, today is just going to be such a big day. So I'm expecting the teams a little bit further down the leaderboard to really bring in everything onto the battlefield. And I want to see them make it super challenging for iNCO, Alpha 7, and Influence Rage, right? We know these teams are insane when it comes to what they are capable of. But we want to see what happens when the whole entire lobby just kind of tries to dial it up as much as they can. So I think today is going to be a big one. We do see that Warrior has voted for Wolves for an all-in. So we do have one all-in vote that has been cast already. Thank you so much, Wario. You do appreciate that. But yep, so for everybody else who's watching, if you've not yet cast your vote, be sure to click on that link in the chat and, well, get your say in what happens to the final two matches of the day. Green, it is going to be a pretty tough one. Erangel is going to be match number 1. That's where we're going to be going to first. Are you expecting rather anything in particular to maybe be happening on those first 2 games? Or do you think it's going to be pretty much the same as we've seen over the first 2 days?
I definitely think we're going to be seeing the same. And I feel like we're going to have a lot of teams maybe chasing down iNCO. You know, iNCO has been so incredible in this whole series. The way they've been moving their rotations, the way they've been situating their team players first to take on these fights, their throwables usage, the cross angle, the coverage. They have really shown us why they are in first place. And I feel like there may be teams that are looking at them trying to slow that roll right on down.
Yeah, there are definitely going to be a few teams looking to do just that. So we'll be getting into the match very soon. We should be starting any moment now. We are just waiting for the go-ahead from production to push it over onto live. So we'll see pretty soon. Speaking of which, there we go. We are going to be hopping straight onto the plane, heading over into the lovely Erangel. We are going to be starting all the way up in towards the north, the lovely Zaki down below, and of course making our way just to alongside that military island. So a decent starting point here. Teams now going to look to get themselves situated.
Yes, and here we go. So we are coming in from that Georgia Pole area all the way down to just south of the Novo Crates. Now, it's a very normal flight path for a lot of these teams. Some of these teams that like to go to Yasnaya, they should be able to get their car rotations. So I do like this for the first, but let's see what kind of zone they get, because the zone, even though this flight path is nice, the zone can really mess up some of these teams, like a military base, when they have to really come across that. And as we were talking about the other day, I really don't like military base zones on the final day. It just adds all the more stress, and these teams are already wondering about Smash rules, about iNCO, about the golden opportunities that they've been given. So
yep, I think these teams are going to be quite happy once everything kicks in. And of course, if you're just joining us in the chat, there is a link in the chat that you can click on to have your say in what happens. But we are, in the meantime, going to be looking over towards the zone that is going to be centered up over on towards that eastern side. Going a little bit further up north, But it is going to be a little bit of pressure as we do have essentially Mansion being up in that center zone. For the time being, it is going to be Savage feeling a lot of that aggression now as Alpha 7 looks to move in onto top of them right here in North George.
Oh, and Revo has already jumped across. Oh, but he gets found in that window. And so now Alpha 7 pushing up onto Savage Esports. They've traded knocks. So each team has a knock player and Obscure still trying to come up and in, trying to help Carleo, as I believe Carleo is trying to revive Revo. So now I think we're going to get a reset on this. We do have that off angle by Pixel, but he didn't take those shots. There goes the shots from Pixel. And so now we are in a 4v4 in one apartment over here in the North George area. They are all trying to push up. It does look like they're starting to try to find Pixel as well, but we do have them up on this top floor.
Yeah, well, here we go. It is going to be Alpha 7 now, doubling down on that aggression. They know that they are going to try and play a serious game of catch-up here. Can they do enough to lock it in, though? As you can see, Savage only down by one player. Alpha 7 has been facing quite a bit of a challenge here, holding up against the aggression. And Savage is going to start to move up. Obscure and the rest of Alpha 7 now pretty battered and bruised. Not a lot with regards to those HP bars, as they've not been able to get a lot of health pickups secured just yet. Now they're going to be put to the test to see, can they survive the onslaught here? Oh, the molly's getting cooked up, but that is going to be a 2-for-1, and down they go. Savage is going to be the first team getting eliminated here, and Alpha 7 managing to hold on, only losing one player.
But we lost Revo in that, but oh, what a play by Obscure. Obscure with that pump shot, he able to hold off the push, the 3v1.5, because we barely even had him pick back up. But now we are down in Lipovka. Team Liquid came over to Lipovka rather than going to Milta. Just a little different play from what we've been seeing the last few days. So it does seem like they're getting a strategy this time. And here we are in iNCO taking over Yasnaya. This is their normal spot. But look at all the teams that do need to rotate into zone. We have TGAMES already pushing across that east bridge. We do have the Wolves not too far apart. So the Wolves may end up meeting TGAMES on that way into zone. And we do have Influence Rage 9Z almost there. Alpha 7, VRZ, they all need to come in. And I see an earlier rotation from Legion Zen. Legion Zen is already rotating into zone. And we've been talking about that. And it looks like they are going to go to the zone today. Prioritize zone. And I like that play from them.
Yep, it is going to be a good situation to get ahead of that that closure that is going to be making its way on through very, very soon. But yeah, I do see that we have a few new people joining us, a few new watchers joining in on the broadcast. So be sure to take a look at the link in the chat that is pinned, as you have a say what happens to the final matches here of today. But in the meantime, it is going to be Action and Resilience getting ready for a little bit of an altercation here. Action are going to be holding the high ground, so they can look to leverage it down onto the side of Resilience, but both Resilience and Action are occupying quite a bit of space here, so it's not going to be easy for either squad to get a successful push, rather. But now, Resilience only starting this match off with a 3-piece, looking to find a few additional opportunities, but Gigante... Oh, Gigante could maybe send out a nade, and already now, with Resilience down a player, they don't have many options left.
Yes, Resilience down to just a duo. They came in as a trio, and Action is really pushing up onto them. The Action did lose a player in this fight, so it is a 3v3 at the moment. If they can get their player back up, it does look like Spaz may go up, and Faction Brazil going out with 0 points in 17th place.
Well, now it is going to be an opportunity for Action maybe to lock it in here, as they have only one player remaining. Oh, Gigante has to be very careful. They do find the hit on Saz, but it's not over just yet. It is going to be a push coming through now here. Oh, and that is it. Cardi C ends the run for action. Out the go quite early on. So unfortunately, it is 4 eliminations for Resilience. Action only picking up that one single elimination. A very tough trade-off. And speaking about tough, it is going to still be quite a bit of rotation having to come through for a lot of teams on that far western side of the zone.
Yeah, I noticed while they were doing that fight, oh, there goes Game On going out in 15th place with zero points. I noticed that the Wolves and Legion Zen were in a fight during that fight over at the mansion, and one of them did get knocked, but it does look like Legion Zen was able to get it up. And they were fighting with the Wolves, so they are all clustering over there near the hills of Lepovka. They're trying to all get over towards that center zone area, because you could see that zone goes way out into the water. So we've only got about 60% playable in this current zone.
Well, now it's going to be all about go, go, go. Where are the teams going to get themselves into next? Will they be able to play that game of catch-up? Or is it going to prove to be a little bit too challenging? We do see Nicole getting a play onto the side of Team Liquid. As Ayana's just here now getting run over as one header. Moves on forward. Team Liquid getting caught in the cross tires. As you can see, Liquid just trying to find a bit of an angle. It is going to be Chowski on that front line. One header has been popped, but look at Nicole now looking to lay into them. Oh, you got to watch out for the jump shots. Mythic now holding steady. Up comes Chief, but down they go. Tokyo getting picked up as the Wolves come in with a big major upset here, playing the third party, but they're not done just yet. They are going to continue to push forward, and this could also be a very quick end now for Team Liquid.
Yes, because here comes all the Wolves coming up on both sides. And look at the crush by Coops. Coops just running right up and in. Dorn on the other side. And then nade up and over. So there they go. Dorn with that UMP onto Chief. Finishing off Team Liquid. Now we got the Wolves up to 3 eliminations.
Well, can they earn more? Of course, there will be multiple opportunities for the Wolves now as they get to rotate further and further into the zone. But with the zone sitting over towards this far eastern side, it is going to be a little bit more complicated as to how the teams will look to get themselves situated. Meanwhile, we jump over to Zero Mercy, who are going to be going at it here. They do find the end of Team Salame. So a good play going through here from Zero Mercy. But again, iNCO moving up alongside them. So we are looking at quite a few chain fight opportunities, right? iNCO, they have heard the altercation. You can see now 7-8 just looking to find out a little bit more. Get a good read on what is going to be cooking currently. And speaking about cooking, there are still quite a few teams yet to rotate up from that far northern edge.
Yeah, I see almost there, and VRZ right above, right to the north and west of Alpha 7, coming in late to the zone. We know that Alpha 7 likes to do these zone sweeps, but this time they got the teams behind them instead of in front of them, which is what we normally see out of these Alpha 7 plays. But we have centered in now. We're from Mansion just to the eastern side of school and all the way down to Milta. So we got rid of that water. These players have a better idea of which compounds they want to really secure at this point.
Well, here we go as the Wolves continue to roll up. We did see a few players along the way. But are the Wolves going to be able to get any kind of security going here? As we know, they are going to be looking for that next position to take occupancy of as they continue to look for any potential playable side here. But again, it's not going to be a super easy decision to make because there are so many factors coming into this. TGAMES also, we saw them have a beautiful run yesterday, being able to secure a little bit of that victory, bagging that winner chicken dinner. But are they going to be able to bring it in here today, though? That is the big question. Meanwhile, Inference Rage still holding a little bit more over on towards that western side. Not going to be fully looking to commit to anything just yet. They want to see where phase number 3 is going to go as the zone gets ready to pop. And it is going to be moving up a little bit more towards the east. So not a drastic rotation having to come through for them. but it is going to become quite challenging up in that shelter position.
Yes, but we do have most of these teams. Ooh, it looks like Alpha 7 coming right up and in onto straight out of Nepal on the eastern edge of the prison cliffside. So here we go, right up and in. This is Alpha 7 versus straight out of Nepal. We got XP3 spraying as the rotation from Alpha 7, but Alpha 7 is continuing along on that edge zone sweep.
But now, will they be able to clean it up, though? That is going to be the big question here. I like this angle from the Wolves yet again. Looking to play into shelter. SAS trying everything they can. We do see Zero Mercy rotating up behind them. But up comes Groups now. Looking to go full aggression here. Unfortunately, that is going to be the end here for yet another player from Resilience. It is up to Cardi C to see what they can do. And well, Zero Mercy just up above is going to look to apply quite a bit of pressure currently on them.
Yeah, and we do have iNCO coming into that Walmart compound there, right over there in the houses between Walmart and the OP dip. So they've got all this information from above. They know where the teams are shooting and rotating from near that shelter area. But we do have straight out Nepal over here in a fight with TGAMES. We see that one of them from TGAMES has already been knocked. We see Blaze coming up and around trying to get those angles above where they came down and through. VRZ is also coming in, hearing those shots for the third party. And look at Wolves, you can see Coops already trying to figure out who's in the fight up above him.
Yep, information is absolutely golden at this point, and the team's now trying to do everything they can to find it. As you see Oliver now coming under the spray here, as it is Doran to secure yet another elimination. So far, the Wolves looking pretty strong here today. But can they manage to hold on to any kind of a northern possession, as so many teams are still scattered further down towards that southern side? There is a bit of an opportunity now for the Wolves to try and clean out at least the one edge of the zone.
I see that. We've got Doran over there scouting really close to VRZ. He knows that another team has moved up and in, but almost there is right there with TGAMES as well. Getting a knock onto TGAMES. Almost there. Now trying to rotate out of the spray from TGAMES, but they did get that knock, so they should be trying to capitalize on that.
Well, let's see. Are they going to be able to get it done? In the meanwhile, VRZ still on that far edge here as the blue is going to start moving momentarily, trying to figure out what will be their best rotation to make at this point, as it is still a very challenging angle to try and play off of. They know that they can rotate straight forward, but how far will they be able to go before they start to face any kind of opposition? In the meantime, the Wolves now spotting out this rotation here from VRZ as Cantera is going to get hit. The shots just connecting up so beautifully. And the Wolves, Green, this is almost an entirely different approach from what we've been seeing over the previous 2 days.
Oh, as we say that, but Doran goes down. Doran is trying to cover him as VRZ right above. VRZ is going to be able to get that res off, but almost there is right on top as well. It does look like almost there is going to go ahead and rotate down to the south and stay away from the fight from the Wolves and VRZ. But iNCO is now starting to heat it up. DK, can iNCO get another winner chicken dinner tonight? That would be number 5, number 6. I don't even know. iNCO on fire.
Yeah, iNCO definitely going to look to bring in a little bit of that dominance here. So far, they are going to be the team to catch, as we saw earlier, with 170 points, right? 36 points ahead of the team in second place. But that is going to require quite a bit of focus here. But so far, it seems like Vitali is right on the money. Going to be looking to bag even more spray downs. But the pressure continues to build. Oh, nicely played here as iNCO is able to secure yet another elim. Zero Mercy still holding steady. Not going to look to relinquish control of shelter. It is going to bite them a bit of time. But can they get it done here? Frog is going to be the last one. Not trying to make their way through the tunnels, looking for a bit of an escape. But we can see the rest of the teams now looking to push even further and further. Who will be the ones to get it? And of course, for those of you joining us in the chat now, you can see there'll be a message, a link pinned at the tippity top. Be sure to click on that, and with that link, of course, you have a say in what happens in the final 2 matches here for today. Only one option is what you can choose, so choose wisely, as well, the future for these teams will be dependent on how these last 2 matches go. But for the time being, this is match numero uno, game number 1. And so far, we are looking to see who will be the most likely team to step up and walk away with that winner chicken dinner. So far, it does seem like it is looking pretty good for the Wolves.
I really like the position that the Wolves are in, and they are already up to 9 eliminations. We did lose a player from the Wolves, but they are still in this. They are still up in that northern area where they are just making sure their backs are clean. The table is clean, if you will, but they do have TGAMES not too far away and straight out of Nepal, so they're going to have to pay attention to this push into zone.
Well, let's see. Will they be able to get any additional information coming through for them as that zone is going to get ready to pop as well? You see the Wolves just moving a little slight bit further forward, but now it is going to lean right over in favor of INF and 9Z. So Cardi C might have a little bit of a troubling play to try and secure their longevity in this match, right? There are so many teams getting ready to move on forward. And of course, that is going to shake things up quite a bit. Almost there is going to move in from that southern side alongside Alpha 7. You can see Beret now, well, getting barraged, or barraged, rather, by Alpha 7 as they look to just fall back a little bit more. But I like the aggression across the field here.
Yes, I do. They are just bringing it. We wanted to see this, and this is what they're giving us. We've got TGAMES now in a fight with straight on the ball. There goes Wolf and XP3 up in the Witcher Tower, down to about 5 HP. Did not miss any of those shots.
Yeah, 9K doing a pretty good job right then and there. But now the pressure turns to Alpha 7 and straight out on a pole. Are they going to let this rotation from TGAMES happen? So far, it seems like Alpha 7 has decided that they will not allow any imposters to come rolling on through here. No intruders will be allowed in their region. As you can see, TGAMES now getting swept away. Off they go, straight out on a pole, coming in with a bit of an assist there. But it is now Alpha 7 looking to get themselves situated up in the Wizard Tower. This will allow them a bit of an angle, a bit of an opportunity. But we still have INF right there alongside that center zone positioning. So Alpha 7 needs to be very careful with how they rotate up here. iNCO, though, Green, they're going to be taking a very widespread approach to the zone.
I was just noticing that Mafioso, or not Mafioso, I was reading McGrellin all the way over on that western edge, the duo remaining from iNCO down at that southern edge, and they are right there with almost there, outside of the blue, getting held down by iNCO. And we know that iNCO likes to really be strategic on where they place their players, and their players are all downhill. We do have the Wolves straight on the ball, Alpha 7 all uphill from them, so it's going to be interesting to see how iNCO decides to play these final zones.
Yeah, and iNCO have a little bit of something riding on this. Of course, we are just about to hit that placement point territory as well, but almost there are going to be having to face quite a few utilities as the grenades continue to rain on down. Meanwhile, Cardi C here from Zillions is going to look to play the quiet game. Of course, held up right alongside INF in that center position. Now it is going to be almost there, down to their final contender. Can they survive these utilities flying over the ridgeline? Doesn't seem like iNCO is going to try to commit too aggressively to that push. Instead, they will look to relocate. Now with the off angle, it is going to be Zero Mercy getting their match wrapped up. As we did see them, of course, rotating up from that northern side. It was only Frog left to try and hold on. Now, the Wolves could get a little bit of that pressure being applied here. As you can see, INF straight on a pole, all set up in anticipation. But Doran is going to look to close that one out. quick play over on towards XP3. Now it's going to be BlazeBot. Looking to see, can they maybe light up those tree lines? But again, not the best position here for Straight on NEPAL to be in.
I don't like the positioning of the Wolves at this point either. They should have been pushing in. I don't know if they stayed back to take that fight with Straight on NEPAL, but they need to get in. We are just 19 seconds away from Zone Alpha 7 going out in 7th place with 8 eliminations. And we are just seconds away from Zone 7. The Wolves need to get into Zone. Straight on NEPAL also needs to get into Zone because we know that the blue zone is the top fragger at this point in the match.
Yeah, and it's no one's friend, even though it might look all smiley and happy. But that is because it knows what's coming. We do see XP3 also now getting traded off. It is going to be BlazeBot, the last one left to try and make a difference. As Straight out of NEPAL starts to push to the Wolves. This is a very bold play coming through from Blaze. Not quite sure if they'll be able to survive, but so far, quite a bit of that pressure has been alleviated. I think especially with Coops down, it does grant them a bit of an opportunity here, but let's see whether or not Straight out of NEPAL can actually now make that play count, as Doran has been spotted as well. The Wolves already with 10 eliminations up. Straight out of NEPAL go out. 6th place is what they'll have to settle with. Now, it is up to the final remaining squads here to decide who will be the one to walk away with our first winner chicken dinner here in the final day. The pressure is going to be pretty high. 9Z, INF, all coming through with 4 players on either side. The rest of the lobby pretty broken up here, and it is going to be quite a bit of a hurdle for them to try and jump through.
It's really surprising to me to see 9Z being so quiet coming into this first match, because normally we see a lot more aggression out of 9Z. So they're going for these placement points, and they are in a nice position until that zone pops. We do have that streak going right down the center, so it's going to be interesting to see where this next zone goes.
Yeah. We'll find out in the next few moments, but for the time being, it is going to be 9Z GLOBANT looking to prevent iNCO from any further plays in the zone. INF moving through here as well. They have paid a little bit of a toll as Little Boy has been found, but so far not the worst setup to find themselves in, as they can look to get that res secured. iNCO, though, they don't have that luxury. They're going to have to be very, very cautious and selective with how they push from this position here, as Magrellan and Vitali are going to be the top 2 players left here. Now, it is going to be Doran to get spotted yet again. So the Wolves are going to go down with 10 eliminations up. Magrellan, everybody else now feeling a little bit more comfort rolling in here, as we are down to only 3 remaining teams. Resilience, the next one to go out. But iNCO, I don't see any safe rotations for them out of that far southern positioning, especially now with the addition of iNCO starting to move closer.
Yes, this is a really tough placement for iNCO, and we've been talking about how great their placement has been, but now they are downhill from both Influence Rage and 9Z GLOBANT. I don't see a whole lot of smokes in their pockets to be able to really push up this hill. We did get to see Legion Zen push uphill using the smokes and getting a winner chicken dinner, but I'm not so sure iNCO is going to be able to do it with these 2 dominating teams right on top of them at different angles.
Yeah, it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge here. I mean, is it doable? Yes. Can they do it? Well, that is the other part of the question that we don't yet know the answer to. But we'll find out very soon exactly where these teams are going to look to go, as it is Influence now coming on towards this eastern side. 9Z over on towards the west. And so iNCO not really having anywhere safe to rotate towards. So we could see iNCO falling to that blue zone damage, as Magrellan is trying to make the most out of a very difficult situation. But I like the fact here that INF are starting to mobilize. They know that there is a bit of an opportunity for them to considerably close that gap that iNCO has been able to establish so far. But iNCO also bring in a decent serving of eliminations as well. So whatever INF looks to do, their only option is going to be to get that winner chicken dinner.
And 9Z has been zone blessed in this compound. They have been in this compound for several zones now, and now INF, they do have to try to figure out what they want for the hardcover, because there isn't really any other hardcover for Influence Rage, because the most of it is already taken by 9Z. But you can see that 9Z GLOBANT is out. They are mobilized. We've got one up on that roof, and he can see so much more, being able to give his teammates all the information on where he sees Influence Rage rotating down and around. Look at the usage of smoke, putting that wall up so that Influence Rage cannot see the rotations from 9Z.
It's going to be a tough play, though. I mean, we also see Influence Rage only sitting with one single elimination to their name. So if anything, they need to try and secure that winner chicken dinner. 9Z, though, they've been doing a good job. 6 eliminations up. We do see one of their players is going to be disconnected for the time being, so hopefully they'll be able to rejoin the fight soon enough. But the zone is going to be decided in the next few moments. Then we're going to be heading into stage number 9, which means no more zones and only blue. So there's going to be quite a bit of pressure starting to build on these squads. Influence Rage, they know they can bag this chicken. They can secure the win here, but it is going to be requiring quite a bit of caution moving forward, because as we know, 9Z GLOBANT, they've shown that they are also a very capable team. However, they need the points a little bit more than Influence Rage does. But if Influence wants to stand a chance to sit at the top of the overall standings come end of day, they cannot let this chicken dinner escape them.
And Federal with that MG3, and he just overextended just a little bit and was punished by 9Z. And so now he's taking that ridgeline a little more serious, and oh, he gets found by 9Z. Lago's down. We're down to Little Boy and Diego. Little Boy trying to get those shots, but 9Z coming up and over that ridge. 9Z with that winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely amazing showing here from 9Z GLOBANT, doing what they can to secure their second victory right here in the finals. Absolutely phenomenal work being done. But of course, are we surprised? No, we're not. We're expecting teams to bring in the upsets, to bring in the plays, and bring a lot of heat along with that. So a really good start to our first match of the day. As we know, we are getting closer to not only Smash Rule kicking in, but also the golden rule to come into play as well. So if you don't know what the golden rule is, look at the link in the description, click on it, go cast your vote, and you have a say in what happens in the final 2 matches of the day. So if you've not done it just yet, hop on through and tell us what do you want to see. You'll see there are 4 options in there as well. So choose wisely, because either which way, these teams are going to be in for quite a day. And of course, the first match going over to the side there of 9Z is a phenomenal way to get the proceedings underway.
Yes, and what a finish to that first match. 9Z, they were just so dominant coming up and over that ridgeline. It was over within seconds. They knew what they were going to do. Loved seeing that. So pretty soon we should be able to see the stats of the 9Z. They were really quiet coming in to those first few zones. They came in late. I think they came in second or third zone from all the way across from that western edge. And they set up shop in that compound in Zone Blast, and they didn't get a lot of chance to fight, but when they did, they made it count.
Yeah, they sure did. But yep, there's a lot riding on these performances here today. I mean, it was quite surprising to see Influence Rage taking a little bit more reserved approach, right? Not going out there getting super aggressive. Of course, they held back quite a bit before getting locked in on the eliminations. I think to some extent that might have actually cost them the game right here on the first Erangel. So I'd love to see the teams bring in a lot more pressure, right? Get a lot more aggressive, because as we know, they are playing for points and trying to capitalize on the opportunity of placement points. That is a very risky game because you have no guarantee. I think the safest way, of course, is going to be to try and get as aggressive as you can, especially with Smash Rule coming in a little bit later on.
Yes, and that smash rule is gonna, and we already know that iNCO has that bar really high. So these teams, they need these eliminations. They can't be compound happy, zone blessed without at least getting some of these eliminations. Yes, they got the 10 placement points, but they only got, I think, 4 elimination. So 14 points when they could have had so much more. But we'll have to see what kind it is when we finally get those screens decay, and then we'll be able to know. But what do you think about these players or these people in the chat? Do you think they're going over to that pinned link and then voting to let them know what they want to see at these ends?
I hope so, but in the meantime, while the viewers cast their votes, we are going to be jumping into the team stats. As we can see, our players here from 9Z, as you've mentioned, coming through. It was definitely Angulo coming through with the biggest contribution to the aggression, walking away with 5 eliminations, 443 damage, with Gold King coming in behind them with 1 elimination. We've got Reyes also with 2 and Remix there as well. So, yeah, a very even contribution from all 4 players of the squad. But the big question is, have they been able to do enough to creep a little bit further up those overall standings? Of course, they were in 7th place at the start of the day with 87 points up. And so, as we know, with the amount of eliminations they were able to secure here and those placement points, will those 20 total points more or less give them enough of an opportunity to get much, much closer and catch up? Because as we know, Smash Point is going to come in pretty soon, and to try and catch up to iNCO, currently holding on with, I believe that is 183 points.
Wow.
It is going to be a pretty steep mountain to climb.
Yes, iNCO just keeps rising that bar. That bar just keeps getting higher and higher. But depending on the community, iNCO may not be safe with that many points if they decide on some of these golden rules that could really mix that bar and leaderboard right up on iNCO.
Yeah, definitely good. But there we have it. The Wolves also bring in a very strong contribution. So we can see those 13 total points going their way. So, yeah, now the big question is, can Team Salame, Game On, and Faction Brazil piece it all back together coming into our next match? Because, as we know, Faction, they started all the way in 13th place. There is going to be still a long way to go. I realistically, currently, as the situation stands, don't see many teams from that right-hand side catching up to the left side of the page. But there we have it. First match done and dusted. Next up, we are going to be heading over onto Miramar. And of course, if you would like to see the last 3 matches of the day all be Rondo, cast your vote. That is one of the options that we have as the golden rule. There are 4 to choose from, so be sure to hop in, because as we get to the end of match number 3, voting will close. So you only have this match and the next one to cast your vote to decide what the fate of these teams will be. But also the big thing that is going to come in next is, as soon as we end Miramar, that is when Smash rule kicks in, right? So the teams have 1 map to try and catch up, to try and close whatever gaps they find on that battlefield. And if not, it's going to be an easy run for the teams way out in front.
Yes, some of these teams could really hurt, though. So let's find out what everybody's going to want after this break. Be right back. Welcome
go.
back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile America's Challengers.
Yes, sir. We're back. And of course, for those curious why there's a link in the chat, there's your answer. It's for the golden rule. So click on the link and go put in your vote. Cast your vote. Tell us what you want to see because we have 4 options to choose from. There's all in, total domination, golden opportunity, and map conversion. All in is exactly as it is in poker. It means it grants double points for those final matches. So it is going to be an exciting one. We've got total domination where the players have a 3x multiplayer only for the first zone. Only the first zone. So once zone number 2 pops, we go back to the normal 1x speed. So there's a lot to play for here. We did see that golden opportunity as well, which converts the last 2 matches into 15 placement points on top of the 10 that they would get for that winner chicken dinner. So if a team like Alpha 7 or Influence Rage wants to try and play a serious game of catch-up, that is going to be definitely one way to get the job done. But the pressure is going to be building up here as we will be stepping into our final match before Smash Rule kicks in. So Miramar is going to be the big decider. After Miramar, Smash Rule will come into play, and it is going to be increasingly more challenging for any other team to try not only to catch up, but also to surpass that rule. So let's see who will be able to do it. I'm expecting Alpha 7 and Influence Rage to try everything they can in this next match to try and close that gap as best as possible. But as we've seen the response from the lobby, it is proving to be quite a bit of a challenge here with 9Z GLOBANT also now bagging that winner chicken dinner, walking away with a glorious 107 points alongside action. And then we do see that 106 coming through for the Wolves. So the upset continuing to build. It is becoming more and more challenging for the teams to have the success they are looking to secure here. And of course, we're not seeing a lot of movement, right? There was a slight bit of a swap around between Almost There and Team SALAME, but the biggest move was none other than 9Z GLOBANT. So it's all going to come down to what will be happening as we make it into these next few games. But of course, well, we'll have to wait a little while before we can see exactly what is going to be happening.
Yes, and that bar just keeps moving up. iNCO trying to make sure that none of the other teams have a chance at these special points, whichever one ends up winning the golden rule or the smash points. iNCO does not want any of these teams anywhere near them. Look at that. 4 winner chicken dinner, 61 position points. They are dominating not only in eliminations, but positions. 4 winner chicken dinners. Are they going to take home another chicken dinner tonight? Are they going to win this, or are they going to get upset? Not only by the smash points, but by one of the golden rules. iNCO Vitali with over 5,000 damage, 5,036 or 5,367. I can say it, DK. I can say it. 36 elimination points, 36 grenade points, 6 headshots. Look at all those 3-6 all the way down. Messing me up, but boy, is he working. And McGrellin, 33 total eliminations. Diego up to 30. Filipino up to 25. And Rivo up to 23.
Well, love where this is going. The players definitely trying to cram in as much as they can. But, yeah, no major shifts with regards to where our MVPs are currently finding themselves. But, yeah, we'll double-check with regards to the voting. Just double-checking to see if it has indeed closed up. Because from what we've been told, it should be closing only when we get to match number 3. So, I'll give you an update on that as soon as I have an answer for you. But in the meantime, I hope that you guys have decided on some exciting things. Let us know in the chat while we wait. What rule would you decide on, right? Out of the 4 that you have, which one could you look to go for? I mean, I think personally the one where we have all rondos for the last bit of the day, that could be an exciting one, right? But if you don't want to see those many rondos, be sure to tell us what else you would like to have as well. So total domination would be a lot of drop clashes. Yes, I think that would be quite an exciting one, which could be fun if done in 10 minutes. As we know, there is quite a few different options when it comes to how the teams can look to play through all these different strategies. Like, I think we could like come up with a bit of a theory, right? Because total domination is with 3x on the eliminations, right? So that first zone is going to be chaos. It is going to be absolutely insane. So if you want to see the players sweat a bit, and we could maybe still cast a few votes, right? I think that would be quite an interesting one. But also then looking at something like Golden Opportunity, right? Where a winner chicken dinner is worth 25 points and not the usual 10 that we see. So it would make a shift, a catch-up opportunity available to teams like we saw, for instance, Alpha 7 or even the side of Influence Rage, right? To try and catch up with that insane lead that iNCO has been able to establish so far on the standings. So, yeah, we'll find out soon to figure out exactly what is cooking here with regards to the voting and whether or not it has indeed closed up or what is happening. Because, as I said, as far as I know, match 3 is where it was supposed to happen. But, yeah, we'll see exactly how this all is going to pan out. Now, Green, what is your predictions for the lovely Miramar? As we know that everything could come through. All right, so, okay, it does seem like the voting has indeed closed before you get to your answer there, Green. But we'll see how that is going to play and pan out. So, yeah, it's all going to come down to the wire, and we'll see in a little bit exactly what that option is.
Yes, I'm excited to find out, DK. What's it going to be? They had 4 insane options to choose from, and I'm excited to find out what they chose. But as far as Miramar, we have seen some insanely beautiful plays, like that one Miramar where we got to see that 1v4 with 9Z GLOBANT. Cole King himself able to take on the team and get that winner chicken dinner. We have seen all sorts of clashes. We've seen hot drops. We have seen it all. We've seen some really crazy blue zone fights that I hope we don't see this time coming up.
Yeah, well, of course, only one way for us to know exactly how this next match is going to play out. There is a rehost as well. So if you're wondering why we're yapping on here for a long time, it's because there was a rehost. So we wanted to make sure that everybody is where they need to be. So we'll get into that game momentarily. But of course, just a quick look at those golden rules that are going to be kicking in. One of them will be kicking in once we hit match number 3, right? So once match 3 is over, the golden rule is in play. This match coming up now is going to be the final match before Smash Rule is applied as well. So if you've got any predictions as to what the outcome of today is going to be sure to let us know in the chat, because earlier iNCO were in the lead. But the question here, Green, is for how much longer will they be able to hold on?
Right, especially if one of these rules kick in and one of these teams like 9Z, they just came away with 20 points. If they got all in, that would have been 40 points, shooting them up that leaderboard. Or some of these teams that were on that very early rampage, again, going out early. I can't remember which one it was, but they went out with almost 10 eliminations down in 14th, 13th place. That would have been insane to help them out as well. So it's going to be really interesting these last 2 matches with Smash Rule as well. So there is so much that can change the outcome, even though iNCO has really risen that bar.
Well, let's see if they can hold on. Of course, expecting Miramar to be pretty spicy, pretty green, as there's not a lot of trees on that map, right? So maybe they can sprinkle a little bit of that in there as well. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, the pressure is going to be pretty high. All in will also be cool, since there would be a chance for all teams to catch up, mainly the teams in that 2nd to 6th position. Yes, I agree with that statement, because if you look at the point situation that we had earlier on, of course, there has been quite a bit of a wide gap with regards to that lead that iNCO has been able to establish, right? I mean, they are currently sitting on a 21-point lead. Is it realistic for anybody to catch up if you play normal standard PUBG? Not really, right? It is, you have to play an absolute perfect next few matches to ensure something like that to happen. So, yeah, I think with the golden rule coming in, it could definitely help to change things up and make it a lot more feasible for teams to contest and see if they can not only catch up, but also, well, potentially take that winner chicken dinner or the top of the board away from iNCO themselves. So, yeah, Smash Rule is going to add quite a bit of spice into the action that we've already seen.
Yes, it will. And one of these golden rules could really switch it up too. But I hope to not see in this Miramar match. I don't want to see these late blue zone fights that we've been seeing. I want to see them rotating faster. We see some of these teams, like Influence Rage, for example, as soon as that zone pops, they are mobilized. They are headed into that zone to their next spot. And then we've got some of these late rotations where they come in later and they take these fights out in the blue zone. I'd like to get them closer at least to the play zone if they're gonna take these later stage blue zone fights, because they're gonna come in and and we already know that there's so many teams already packed into these zones that no matter which place they come in, they're most likely going to run into at least one or two teams.
Yeah, I mean, we did see it, I believe it was yesterday or the day before, that the teams decided on a slightly different approach to get themselves situated, looking to rotate out to the blue and then try and take the approach for, you know, a bit of a relocation. So I don't quite know why they would choose to kind of sacrifice themselves to the blue zone to try and play for positioning if there was another way to get back into the zone. But yeah, I agree. We want to see those engagements coming to the zone as opposed to staying out in the blue, because even though it's great, you get the additional points, you get those eliminations, you are also paying with your life, right? Because your health bar might not last all the way back into that safe area, even if it is phase 1 or phase 2. So you need to be careful about that as best you can. But the big question, of course, is going to come down to how the teams look to play. Miramar is one of those maps that would allow for a little bit more of a strategic late rotation. But of course, right, a lot of caution needs to be brought in alongside that. So I'm curious as to where the flight path is going to be taking the teams and what the zone is going to be bringing in. We've seen a few southern zones. We have had one zone that went a little bit further up towards the north, but I think the big kicker here for today is, of course, is the zone going to go into either of those extreme directions, or is it going to play nice and just stay up in the center?
Yeah, I think yesterday our only Miramar was centered around San Martin area, if I remember right. But yeah, that was kind of nice because all the teams had the chance to come in from their different directions, and teams like Alpha 7 that wrap around that blue, or wrap around the edge of the play zone, inside the blue, not out, or outside the blue, not inside the blue, so that they'll be able to come down and around all the way around if they want, and try to get those teams coming out of the blue. And that's one of the reasons why I really want to see these teams mobilize a little faster and get into that zone, because teams like Alpha 7, which we know is a power team, you don't want Alpha 7 chomping on you when you're already coming out damaged from that blue zone.
Yeah. So we want to see those strategies being utilized to the fullest. But of course, for those curious, there has been a rehost. So if you're wondering why we are still on here yapping and not yet looking at the action, that's why. That is why we are still here and just trying to explore all the different options as to what the outcome of this next match could be. But Green, I'm quite curious as to which team is going to be the team to step up and come through with an absolute blazing performance, right? Could it maybe be one of the teams that are situated over on towards that right side? Because if we look at the point situation, right, we did see that there was also a few gaps as we move a little bit further down, right? The the jump from 7th to 8th place is currently 20 points. But I don't realistically see anybody outside the top 7 being able to do all too much as it stands right now, right? Yes, they still have a bit of a say as to how these games turn out, but I don't realistically see them catching up anywhere close to, well, I'd say the top 3, because there's a 100-point difference between 1st and 7th, right? Well, not 100, there's 80 points difference. So that is going to be a considerable gap. And as far as my knowledge goes, it's not doable in a standard match in PUBG. So we'll see how these teams are going to look to apply themselves, and of course where that is going to rise to. But yeah, if you're here to support a specific team, give them a shout out in the chat. If you've not done so already, you can do it now. Let's see who have the most supporters currently watching right here on the English broadcast. And yeah, Green, looking forward to this match to jump through.
Yes, and I'm wondering about 9Z GLOBANT coming into this, because we've seen them take a winner chicken dinner on Miramar, and they just coming off that incredible win at the end of our first match tonight. So they have the momentum. Can they keep going up this leaderboard? Are they going to close that gap between themselves and iNCO? We already know that iNCO is in this. They are, you know, trying to get that bar as high as they possibly can. And words are not easy for me tonight, DK.
Yeah, I mean, words are difficult, but that is why I keep a dictionary close by, just to help top up my words, right? So you just take it and you just throw a few in to see, can those words help change things up? But yeah, we are seeing a few supporters in the chat there. We do see a shout out for Wolves and one for Alpha 7 as well. I mean, I gotta say that I appreciate the effort that the Wolves brought in this previous game, right? They came in quite aggressively, looking to see, can they maybe find a bit of an upset, a bit of momentum, a bit of a starter for the day. And I think it went quite well, actually, aside from the fact that they didn't get the necessary points that they were looking to secure alongside those eliminations. But I think with all things being what it is a rather challenging play, right? The zone was, of course, quite difficult. And, well, the teams did what they could. But now as we are getting ready to move over into the lovely Miramar, this is where everything can change. And, of course, we are going to be hopping straight into the plane to see what that flight path is and where the teams are going to have to work towards. It does seem like we are starting up in the north. That is the lovely crater fields down below. We have Oasis over on the left-hand side. I feel like a tour guide. But we are heading straight over towards Impala.
All the way to the Impala Islands, too. So now, let's see. It does look like we've got several teams already jumping off. We may have an early fight between TGAMES and Savage Esports. VRZ coming off as well. And here goes the Wolves. The Wolves are headed down towards that power grid area. So we've got teams already trying to get out and through. So my question to you before we get to the end of this flight path, where is this first zone going to go?
I'm feeling Monte Nuevo.
Ooh,
that's where I think it's going to go. Yeah,
well,
Monte Nuevo, La Riera, maybe even Chumacera. I also just like saying the names. But I think somewhere down there, I mean, if Valle del Mar or Minas del Valle comes into play as well, I'm not going to be too upset with that. But at this point, I'll essentially take any zone, as long as it is going to be a little bit more challenging to these teams. But yeah, I think it might head down south.
I really like the spread that all these, Alpha 7 already in a fight with Savage Esports. And there goes one from Savage Esports, the first one out. And this end, it looks like Faction Brazil coming in as a trio. So we do have two teams down as a trio now over in this El Bozo area.
Well, let's see what is going to happen here as the teams look to move up. Is now Wolves looking for a bit of an opportunity. Now they have a few victims up ahead of them. It is going to be Team Salame here. I mean, I'm quite surprised with what we've been seeing from Team Salame, right? The first few days of this event, they were just going absolutely crazy, throwing things against walls, just bouncing off of anything they could find. But we've not seen that same steady, insane approach coming through from them up here in the finals.
No, we have not. But I do see that Team Slime. Oh, I think they might be deciding to pull away from the Wolves. We're over here towards the power grid, and you can see just the edge of our zone. So we're headed over towards that eastern edge, the far western edge being right here in power grid.
Let's see how far it goes. Can they get the job done? La Cobreria. There we go. Probably helps if I pronounce it the right way. It's going to hold only Pedrin. Where is the rest of the team? Are they over towards that western side? Yes, no, they are over towards the east. The Wolves also going to try and climb the hill, looking for a little of that elevated positioning. And I mean, that's an interesting setup for the Wolves because they've done that a few times, as we've seen across all these past Miramars. So they are keeping that consistency going, but it is going to be La Bendita, which will be smack dab center zone. And iNCO, they are smiling about it.
Yes, they are center zone already, but they do have a pretty big split with Team Liquid starting to move down onto them. So they're going to have to pay attention if they want to make sure that they secure their points, get some more points, move that leaderboard up even more, because whichever one of these golden rules kick in could really change up the game on them. So they got to pay attention. They got to stay focused. We also have more of Savage Esports coming into where the Wolves have just slowed down. So now Savage Esports, a trio coming right up in onto the Wolves. And we see several teams now down to trios.
Yeah, it is going to be quite a few of them indeed. But it is not going to be too costly, at least not for the time being, as there's still a lot of rotational pathways that these teams can take to get themselves situated. And it's going to be Potato here getting quite excited up on that buggy. Not quite sure why. Maybe trying to just test out the suspension, looking to see if it is going to work for these dusty dunes. But here we have it, almost there. Also close to that center zone. It was straight out of Nepal, now rotating up alongside them here. There could be a bit of a vantage point to be played, as almost there is going to spot out straight out of Nepal. But will they pull the trigger?
Well, straight on Nepal and almost there, they often jump really close to each other. They have a lot of early zone clashes, so almost there is already looking towards straight on Nepal. They know, oh, and straight on Nepal already coming up and in. Straight on Nepal, Blaze going down. So now they got it straight on Nepal. Needs to get him picked up, but we did lose FR99, and here comes some nades up and over, but Wiz goes down. Almost there, just down to the duo. Straight on Nepal, down to a duo. Now straight on Nepal, down to XP3. We know that XP3 has the firepower, but can he hold off the duo from almost there? Wolf coming up and around, trying to stop that res onto straight on Nepal. That Molly could really hurt. And oh, he does get bear. So now XP3 is down to about 20 HP. It is XP3 versus Wolf, and here comes some throwables up towards XP3. Almost there, Wolf trying to dodge behind it as they are coming up and over, but oh, the off angle from iNCO. iNCO getting an elimination already in Phase 1.
Well, let's see what is going to be coming through here as, well, now it is going to be go time again, right? The Wolves, iNCO, everybody trying to get themselves situated here. We do see iNCO now pushing up onto Wolf. The Wolves, though, are going to be pushing in the direction of Alpha 7. So either which way, somebody's going to end up staring at the moon, and we'll find out soon enough who it will be. We do see the players there from Resilience also pretty close to Team Liquid. So I like how that center zone is starting to shape up, but nobody has thus far ventured up into the crater, right? Nobody has looked to try and secure them some kind of a position over there. But up on the edges here of Monte Nuevo, it is going to be the Wolves now, aiming down the barrels, looking right in onto Alpha 7. But Alpha 7, though, coming through with a decent spread. I like the 2-1 play. that they are going to try and adopt here. So far, the Wolves not being able to narrow them down.
Oh no. So now Doran and Bethorn are both down to A7. A7 still pushing up and over. We might be able to get Bethorn picked back up. And where is Coops? Oh, Coops is here. He's the one doing the res. Where is Hygor? Is Hygor able to get any of this information to the rest of his team? And now that the Wolves are back up to a full 4-man team, Alpha 7 still coming right up and in, and there goes Hygor down. So now he goes down. Coops goes down to Revo, but that was an exchange from Baton. Baton is the last one still standing, down to about 20 HP. You can see that even the blue zone is starting to take away at him as they are fighting right on this edge. We do have 2 still standing from Alpha 7. Alpha 7 coming up and over, should be able to get this recall onto Revo. But Carleo right on top of Baton, and there goes the Wolves going out with 2 eliminations.
Yep, that is the Wolves left to howl at the moon, but let's see what is going to happen with the rest of the teams here. Alpha 7 still having a decent way to travel before they are back in the safety of the zone. Meanwhile, looking at Resilience, we did see them over on towards that more western side where they made their entry. Of course, now pushing a little bit closer into La Bendita, but they can't move too far because we do see iNCO up towards the north. Legion also starting with their approach, still holding all the way up towards the northern sides of the zone. As you can see, the edge just there ahead of them. So it's good to see that they've decided to come on forward. But now, where's this next phase taking us? That is going to be the big question, as phase 2 could already be quite detrimental to a few of our squads coming on those rotations.
And it looks like Madian having some issues with his health, so it does look like Resilience does need to come into zone and loot a little bit, because you know that the loot that is really important to keep your health up in these stages. You don't want to be 1 HP on a buggy coming into that zone. I do like the fact that Legion Zen is rotating early into zone. I really like this play from them today.
Well, let's see whether or not the Legion can follow through with these strategies. In the meantime, it is going to be Team Liquid locking down Minas Generales. As you can see, TGAMES trying to find a little bit of an angle. This compound there for TGAMES could actually not be a bad decision to make, but they're going to have to be very cautious with how they look to play through it, because once Team Liquid spots them, it could be a bit of a chase coming through then. So a lot of awareness here from Team Liquid. They don't want any surprises coming their way just yet. But now the big question comes in, right? Who is going to be the team to push up next? Alpha 7 already with 5 eliminations to their name. Almost there, sitting with a comfortable 3. Got a few single eliminations also on the board. But the shifts are continuing to happen.
Yeah, I did notice that TGAMES also had one of their players up on that high ridge line above Minas Generalis, so they may be looking down onto Team Liquid, trying to get some of those shots on that off angle. The duo down below Team Liquid might be thinking about pushing up and in, depending on what their scout is telling them from the top of that hillside. But we'll have to see what's going on. We also have Legion Zen over here next to Faction Brazil. We can see that Faction Brazil are rotating really close to them, but Legion Zen nice and safely in zone, so that's really good so far. But when almost 7, almost
7, yes.
Almost 7. Words are hard for me tonight. Alpha 7 already up to 5 eliminations so far. So our zone very central over between the truck stop, Minas Generalis, and Mbala. So we do have La Bendita in there, and the rest of these teams are starting to come on in. We've got 9Z. They're going to be coming right up and in onto Action and Zero Mercy. They may be able to third party the fight that I see that's about ready to happen between Zero Mercy and Action. All these teams, they're looking for these points, DK.
Yeah, it's going to be almost 7 and Alpha Action. Alpha there. right? Alpha then are looking to see what they can bring through, as those are the two teams at the top of the board. But yeah, it's going to be up to VRZ to see what they can do with the zone here, as they are going to be situated up on these hills. Again, not the easiest position to play off of, but they are going to try and make it work. In the meantime, we do see Truck Stop now starting to heat up, as it is Zen starting to push forward. But will they be able to find any kind of safety, as Tokyo is already taking quite a bit of damage? It is going to be Federal laying into them. Oh, a quick little rip out of the vehicle. Tokyo didn't have a lot of health to start with, and is now going to take a quick ticket back into the lobby. But here we have it, right? Ooh, all right. The vehicle's doing some interesting things there as well. But it is going to be Legion Zen now having to try and play for survivability, as GAMC gets picked up and out they go. Down to the final 15 teams we are. VRZ looking pretty good here. Now, the pressure is still riding quite high. They do have Savage over on towards that Western front, and Influence Rage ahead of them. Can they get the plays they need to secure themselves a better standing?
And they do have quite a ways to get into zone as well. Alpha 7 taking these shots over onto Faction Brazil. Alpha 7 just getting into this western edge of Lapadita, sorry. And they are down, Faction Brazil down to 1 HP over here, or 1 player over here in the crash site.
Well, now, Savage now having to make a very big decision here. Are they going to look to relocate back into the safety of the zone? Or are they going to look to aggress onto that rotation from VRZ? So far, it does seem like Influence Rage might be beating them to the punch. There's a shot here from Lil Boy, connect on up. But Savage pulling in alongside VRZ. So there is going to be a lot of heat coming in. Action, though, they've been pretty quiet so far here today. But it is going to be 9Z looking to take it all the way to the full limit. As Reyes is looking for the angle, but it is going to be the sole survivor now on the 9Z side. Oh, Action is going to stop them right then and there. Down they go. 3 eliminations up, and Action now looking to see, can they find a little bit more? In the meanwhile, we are going to be jumping straight over back on to VRZ and Savage.
Yes, and they are also getting... Ooh, no, they needed their teammates. This is really difficult when you're under so much stress already, because Influence Rage is not that far away. The Influence Rage is also third-partying this, so they're watching their backs, trying to make sure that they've got secure locations, making sure that their backs aren't open to the third party, and then they needed their own teammates. So they gotta reset that brain. They cannot hold on to the problems that they are facing. They have to center in onto what the team is doing right in front of them. They can't let those mistakes get them. Oh, numero uno, down to 1 HP. Action going out into 14th with 3. Faction Brazil 13th with 1. We are losing teams left and right, and we still have this fight over here. It looks like we've got Savage back up to a three-man team. And that nade good over onto VRZ. VRZ down to just 1 solo player. Down to half health. Down to 20 HP and coming right out into that S12K.
Well, what a play here by Savage. They are going to be able to hold on to that northern side of zone, at least for the time being. We do see iNCO just a little bit further ahead of them, so they're going to have to be rather cautious with how they rotate up, as we can see that distribution of teams all throughout the zone. Zero Mercy now joining us back into the safe playable area. Alpha 7 still going to be holding on to the crater. As you can see, Obscure now starting to rotate up a little bit, but it is going to be Ayala and Mythic right here alongside them, looking for an opportunity or an angle. But this is where I think TGAMES needs to be a little bit cautious with how they look to move forward here, because Mythic is right above them, but it is not going to be any crazy major concerns to them, as we did see the knock over on towards Mythic. Almost there is going to go out with 3 eliminations up, but now it's up to INF to see, can they lock down that northwestern eastern side rather off the zone, as it will be the side of Game On looking to contest here. They are going to be looking to come in quite aggressively, but Lil Boy trying to fall back into safety. Federal just joining the fray. Can they hold on? Or is this going to be the opportunity for Game On to play the upset?
Game On is aggressive at this push. They are all coming up along this ridgeline, trying to get these angles over onto Influence Rage. Influence Rage, Diego going down. Little boy is picked back up. Federella is trying to throw those smokes, trying to make sure that his teammates can get picked back up, get healed back up on this aggressive push by Game On with that nade, trying to get it over into the cements right down below, just missing some of them from Influence Rage. Influence Rage, all four of them back up onto their feet. Federal trying to get that distraction play, trying to look like he's driving away and getting Game On to push up and closer. And so now they've come down off that ridgeline. Legend up on this ridgeline, still getting the information. Does he know that Federal is right there on that edge? Federal may be able to see up on that ridgeline to be able to get that Overwatch taken care of. Here comes another nade by Diego. The nade uses from Influence Rage have been successful so far at stopping this push from Game On from coming up. They are getting those nades onto Game On, and we do have another one knocked, and then we've got all four of them back up for Game On. All four of them back up on Influence Rage.
Yeah, it's a long ongoing fight here between both squads. Alpha 7 also going to go away here as they walk out with 7 eliminations to their name. But now, can Game On clutch this one up? A good opening play onto Federal. One down, a few more to go. But as we've seen, INF, they just keep on finding a way to bounce back. But they are going to run out of meds pretty soon, and there's going to be more pressure starting to build. As you can see, Diego now getting traded on. Zero Mercy moving in from that southern side as well. But it's now up to Little Boy and Lord to keep it all together. Quick little finish coming through there as Game On gets the numbers reduced. Now just holding on with one single player. Not quite sure if Game On can get this one out of the bag. The answer, of course, is going to be no, as they will get stopped right then and there. 2 eliminations and a 9th place finish. Meanwhile, Influence Rage up to 7, but there could still be a big opportunity here now for Zero Mercy as they come knocking on the door, coming through with the sprays. Solomon and the rest of the team moving up quite strategically here. It is going to be Influence looking to just get the heck out of Dodge, but as they start to rotate up, they could also make themselves quite vulnerable to that Savage position over on towards the west.
Yes, it does look like they are moving right on over as Zero Mercy pulled right up and in, getting the loot from Game On and the duo from Influence Rage that we lost. Savage going out in 8th place to Team Liquid. Team Liquid also over on this edge. Law of Fire in the blue. Oh, did he go down? And so now there he goes. He does go down to Nightmare and the nade. So now Team Liquid down to just a duo, but they do have Zero Mercy still pulling up onto him over onto this side. They've got Influence Rage over on the other side. iNCO is coming up from that southern side, also getting into this.
Well, let's see if Potato and the rest of Zero Mercy can secure their position over on towards the edge of that zone. Still a good long way to go as phase 5 is about to come to an end. Phase 6 getting ready to hit. And so far, it does seem like iNCO still in this match. Team Liquid narrowly escaping that blue damage raining down on them, but it is going to be still quite a bit of a challenging position to move out of here. As you can see, the team situated just ahead of them, so a lot of pressure coming in from all directions. Mythic, Chowski, and Ayala trying to play every calculated position that they can at this point. Of course, you can't really afford to get your vehicle stuck in the terrain, but it is going to be a quick dip out into the blue. So Chowski now is going to be playing with fire as they look to get themselves resituated. Meanwhile, it's going to be Resilience and Team Salame are coming through with a bit of a back and forth. Salame now holding on with a 2-piece. Can they get that res secured and put their marker down on this map? Big questions to be answered here. INF also down to a solo. 8 eliminations up though, and they are well within placement point territory. So there is still quite a bit of an opportunity available here, especially for iNCO.
And our zone has centered up, so we've got a central zone, and all these teams are already right around this ridgeline. You can see INF with that solo, but they've got 8 eliminations, and the eliminations are pretty consistent for Zero Mercy. 6 eliminations, all 4 of them. The only team with a full squad. So now they are all pushing right up and in onto iNCO. Here comes iNCO and Team Liquid. We've got Team Liquid over here as a 3-man coming right up and in. Oh, right up and in onto iNCO. So Mythic getting that elimination and finish over onto Sever and the rest of iNCO. Down to McGrellin and Vitelli trying to get that nade right up and over. But we also have, if you look there, you got Zero Mercy right there with Resilience. So they are all starting to cluster over onto the eastern side of Minas Generalis.
Well, let's see if the clustering is going to work out, though. Little boy doing the exact opposite, keeping himself well away from the engagements. But now it's going to be iNCO stepping up and ending the run here for Team Liquid. But down they go as well. Quick chain fight all across the board. As you can see, hit after hit, just keep on rolling on in here. Zero Mercy blocking through that squad wipe. But now it is going to be Resilience also still trying to play from up in center zone. Team Salame down to a solo. Going to see if they can maybe just avoid those flames we have raining down onto them. But also the players from TGAMES trying to make a little bit of magic happen here on that western front. Again, a very challenging position, but it does allow them quite a bit of a vantage point further into the zone itself.
Yes, and we can see at the top, we've got the statistics, and the statistics are equal between Zero Mercy and Team Savage. So we'll have to see which team is going to end up. We don't know exactly where Team Savage is, but there they are right there. It's Team Games just across from that western edge over here. Team Savage. T-Games! Sorry, shout out to T-Games. But they are up to 28% as well as Zero Mercy. And then we'll have to see what else is going to happen between all these teams, because we no longer have any full 4-man squads.
Yeah, that of course is going to be weighing quite heavily now on TGAMES, Zero Mercy, and of course Resilience. The last 3 squads with the 3-piece remaining. Team Salame is going to feel quite a bit of pressure here as Nanus. The location has been found by TGAMES for a little while now. So curious to see how they are going to look to play through the position here. Nightmare, of course, trying to pressure Little Boy. Oh, but the nade and the pans, you got to watch out for those. Once they start flying, it could mean that they are going to get ready to cook up a storm. But this is where the peaks has to be absolutely on the money. The nade comes close, but not close enough. So Little Boy still has a bit of an opportunity. Curious as to how Little Boy is going to look to get out of this. But the MG3 coming through on the opposing side could mean a nightmare for Little Boy. Let's see whether or not Selvin and the rest of Zero Mercy are going to focus any efforts towards this northern side. They know that Little Boy is there, and down he goes as Potatoes. Molly is going to close it up. 9 eliminations going over to Influence Rage. Now it is up to the rest of the lobby to decide the fate. Who's going to be the team to pick up that winner chicken dinner? TGAMES, of course, they started off with 3 players coming into these last few phases. Unfortunately, the knock has found its way in, but can they recover? Can they get their numbers back up? It is going to be Nightmare now looking to be the dominator in this game. So things are looking quite positive currently for, well, Resilience and Zero Mercy.
Yes, I like the positioning of Zero Mercy. They do have that north side pretty locked down. They've got the hard cover, but Resilience, if Zero Mercy has to come out, Resilience already has these cliff sides, these divots, this ridge line to stop Zero Mercy from coming into zone if that zone shifts. And we also have to wonder about the zone shift over from TGAMES, because TGAMES does have that wide open area that they're going to have to come across and right into where we've got Team Salame. He may be a solo, but if he's got that wide open range to take those shots, and Zero Mercy is able to find and finish Team Salame.
Well, good awareness coming through there from Resilience and Team Salame. But now, let's see, can TGAMES, Zero Mercy, and Resilience close this one out? It is going to be Zero Mercy starting with a bit of a prep here before the push. The zone is going to start to move in the next few moments. So whatever Zero Mercy is going to look to do here, they will have to be absolutely on point with it, because this would make them quite vulnerable to the rest of the lobby. Resilience also prepping for a little bit of a something here. They are going to try and get themselves situated onto that southern side as the smoke path is now deployed. But what will Marion and the rest here look to do? It is going to be the first plunge now from Zero Mercy. Nightmare getting that angle in the zone. The rest of the team yet to follow in behind them. But up comes Saz and Marion as they look to push up. Oh, beautiful angle onto Marion. The spray is very quick and efficient. The knock nearly instant. TGAMES, though, trying to capitalize on the distraction coming through here, but they do spot out Zero Mercy. Nightmare getting met with a face full of lead. Oh, down they go. Quick reactions here for TGAMES, but it is going to be still a very contentious play, as nobody has any guarantee that this could be their play into victory. Now, Saz, the last one left to make a stand here, as Resilience are going to try and occupy the southern side of the zone. They still have to deal with what is coming through from TGAMES, and of course Zero Mercy's presence up towards the north. But it is going to be stage number 9. The blue zone is going to start to close on in, and very soon this match will be decided.
Yes, and we see that we've got Zero Mercy with a 43% win rate, but they are not that far over what TGAMES has at 40%. And we even have 17% for Resilience. The solo looking at a 17% chance, and it is possible, just depending on this wide open space and how these two teams fight against each other. Oh, running across that wide open space is not going to make that percentage go up, Says.
Yeah, well, it is now up to Zero Mercy to see, can they take those 12 eliminations and carry it over the line. Meanwhile, TGAMES looking to push on forward onto Resilience, as Sass is going to try and hold steady, but up comes the push, right as you said. Running out in the field, out in the open, is not going to be the easiest thing to do here. Sass has been found, and down they go. TGAMES now holding on with a solo. So there's now a very even odd for either side to clutch it out here. It is going to be a 1v1 showdown. Nightmare looking to push up, trying to spray across the way, but unfortunately can't do enough, as TGAMES are going to look to bag their second victory for this event. Absolutely phenomenal performance coming through from them. And of course, they are going to be quite happy with this overall play, as they now get to move up the overall standings. But how far up will they move? Well, we'll find out in a short little bit, but a big congratulations going out to the side of TGAMES, adding even more to the impressive play that they've already been bringing to the battlefield in these past 3 days.
What a tough zone for these players. Oh, flat lands, no hard cover, running out in the wide open. Not many smokes were thrown. Maybe they had to work their way into the zone, using up all their utilities. And at that point, you are open game for all the rest of the players and teams in the final zone.
Yeah, it is a very, very tough zone to try and fight through, as we saw. Almost no coverage to make much use of there. So, yeah, that's exactly the kind of performance that we wanted to see the teams work their way through. But speaking about the teams, there's one team that we are going to be taking a look at here. And, of course, it is none other than TGAMES. As you can see, their whole breakdown. It is going to be quite good, though, coming through for the side there of SNC7, contributing, well, pretty much 80% of the eliminations for the team. They do walk away with 5 in total, but unfortunately for 9K, nothing but bubbles.
Unbelievable, though. They got that winner chicken dinner and 15 elims, so they did come, or 5 elims, so they did come in with 15 points, but will that move them up that much? Let's see. 19 total points together. T-Games coming in T-Games coming in second with the 15 total points. So Zero Mercy with 13 total eliminations and 19 total placement or total points. Oh, I give up on words, DK. I give up on words today.
Yeah, well, it is tough to go through this, but you know, it is what it is. 12 eliminations, or 12 total points rather, going over to the side of Influence, Range, Resilience, and all the other teams trying everything they can to try and bag as much as possible. iNCO only picking up 5 points for this match. Unfortunate though, you know, like it's iNCO is the team that needs the most points, right? They are so far behind. I'm not quite sure if they'll be able to catch up. Nah, that's not really the case. They don't even need points. They can just sit where they are and not even feel phased whatsoever. Unfortunate for Legion Zen though, not being able to turn anything over in this game, trying to convert some eliminations or placement points, but just shows you how challenging this lobby is. But that is where we find ourselves now. Of course, the big question is going to be to see how much of an impact this has made to those overall standings. Have we seen any major shifts, any drastic plays happening? Or is everything going to stay pretty much the same? That is going to be the big question, and we'll have revealed in a moment. But for the time being, of course, we've already wrapped up 2 of our games, Erangel and Miramar. So that means, Green, moving into the next match, Smash Point is going to come into play. We have now reached that time. It is going to be a potential play for a few of our squads to get themselves a bit of an opportunity to walk away with the victory here, right? Who will be able to get the job done? Well, we'll find out once we take a look at those overall points, but it is going to be still quite a bit of a play that these teams will have to make their way through, right? We can see our first 2 games done and dusted. It is going to be match 1, 9Z GLOBANT coming through with the win. And of course, then T-Games in this last game, picking up 5 eliminations as well. So a rather consistent push that we've had here from our top takers. But who's going to be taking Rondo?
It's really interesting to me that the first couple of days we had a lot of double digits on that scoreboard. And today, the teams are just really, they are super aggressive. They are fighting. They are getting these eliminations. But the teams at the top are going for those placement points. So it's really interesting to see how they're really shifting this out. iNCO keeps going out really early in the matches, midpoint way, and not a lot of eliminations. So the bar has been pretty level today's matches. So it's going to be interesting to see where our smash points are going to be, and if any of these teams, we also don't know what the golden rule is that our community has voted for. I'm excited to see what the community wants, DK.
Yeah, it is going to be a big kicker once we get into that that golden rule. But that is only going to be applying for game 4 and 5, the final 2 matches of the day. So we'll find out soon enough exactly how that is all going to play out. But before we get there, we have to step into match number 3. So if iNCO wants to take this one, they're going to have to hit the smash points coming into this next game, and then they will have to win match number 4. Because if they don't, it is up to anybody else to try and see, can they maybe pull a big move right here. Of course, the feasibility of that, I'm not quite convinced of just yet, but we'll have to see exactly what the points have. And in order to do that, we will have to jump into a break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you right back on the other side.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile America's Cup, and we are headed into Smash Points.
Yes, sir. We are going to be hopping straight into it. But, of course, there we have our overall standings where the teams currently find themselves, and we'll get to see exactly how these squads will look to respond to that Smash rule getting applied, as we have not a major increase from iNCO, right? Only 5 points. But we do see Influence Rage, of course, catching up, jumping ahead there of Alpha 7. Yeah, Alpha 7, this is where it becomes interesting, right? Because with Smash Rule coming through now, they only have 3 matches to try and, meet all the criteria for Smash Rule. So, are they going to be able to do it? I don't quite know. But the easiest way to think about Smash Rule is we will take the team sitting at the top, whatever their point situation is, plus 10. So, in order for Influence Rage to catch up, they will have to bring in 47 points.
Oh, that's a lot of points. That's a lot of points, DK.
But if it's doable on one game, if there's any map to choose from to try and do that, Rondo's the map, right? Because we do have the recall, so essentially we have, to some extent, more players in the match. So there could be an opportunity for a little bit of that excitement to come through here. But the big question is going to be whether or not Influence Rage or Alpha 7 would be allowed to do that by the rest of the lobby. Of course, looking at the situation here as well, right? 9Z GLOBANT, Action, Wolves, I would even say straight out of Nepal. They have an opportunity to maybe catch up. But can they overtake? I don't quite know, because, it is looking pretty tight. It is looking pretty stacked. So it is going to be a pretty tough time for them to try and play a serious game of a big old catch-up, because, well, that's going to require 80 points to happen within the next few matches. Last time I checked, my math didn't quite work out on that, right?
That's a lot of points to try to catch up on. But DK, if they're going to do it, they're going to do it here in Rondo.
Yes, sir. Currently our only Rondo for the day. So let's see how this one is going to pan out, as we are going to be making our way through it. Looking to see what that drop location would be for the teams. But of course, we do have a double dose of flight path coming in. So it does help the teams get themselves a little bit better situated. I think an interesting thing here would be if you could choose which plane you want to be on, right? If there were 2, because I think for now, you're going to just have to deal with whatever you're dealt with. So, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a more challenging start for a few of the squads here. As you can see, there's a little bit of action heading up in towards Jadina City. And, of course, Stadium could maybe get a little bit of love. We could see Test Track and Neox Factory also coming in quite hot. Jiao Tin is going to be receiving a little bit of attention here. We do see the Tin Long Gardens. And of course, well, Team Salame going all the way up to the north, dropping way away from the rest of the teams.
Far away. Bye-bye. So it does look like we've got a lot of teams headed down to that Neox Factory, but I'm not seeing a lot of 1v3 splits. I am not seeing and our zone goes all the way to the south. Most of these teams are going to have to rotate through each other. And here we've got a 7 right here with the Wolves right on top of all 4 of the Wolves. I mean, it looks like Carleo still up in the air, so Carleo may be going over to one of those recalls, and all 4 of the Wolves are here with Zero Mercy on the other side of the test track. And now Influence Rage also in a fight with Straight Out of Nepal.
Well, let's see how this one is going to pan out. I like the fact that there are several points of contention coming in across the zone. But the teams, of course, knowing that it's not going to be an easy one, right? So far, the Wolves getting a play into the side there of Alpha 7. Influence Rage. Diego now trying to reload before the rush is secured, as Straight Out of Nepal is going to come in hot. 1 down. Maybe going to find 1 more. Oh, quick trade over there. We go. 2 players getting picked up. A Straight Out of Nepal runs straight up and delivering themselves to Diego. But you were talking about the Wolves a little bit earlier on. We did see all 4 players dropping up in one location, so hopefully they do find a way to get one player the heck out of Dodge to try and capitalize on that survivability and look to play for the recall. But it's going to be Obscure looking to defend, and down they go. Garrio are going to be looking to bring them right back into the fight. There we have it. The Wolves so far managing to hold strong, but it is going to be Zero Mercy, the next team looking to step up and contest the Wolves for controlling point up in the Neox factory.
Yes, and here they come. Doran already spotting him out and getting the frog. He gets Zero Mercy frog knocked, and now it does look like Coops is able to get that elimination. The Wolves are up to 4 eliminations total, and they still have 2 more down right below them. Doran trying to come up and over this rooftop of the Neox factory. Potato on that off angle though, so Potato may be able to spot Doran as he's trying to find Salmon right below him.
Well, let's see whether or not Doran is going to be able to get it done. They've already found the frog, but can they find the potato and the salmon? That sounds like a very interesting dish, right? A little bit of frog, potato, and salmon. I don't know what dish you can make with it, but it sounds like starters and a main course. But can they get the job done? I like the fact that Zero Mercy here has sent Nightmare away to try and ensure a little bit of that recallability to come through here. But now, how will the Wolves look to respond? Doesn't seem like they are going to be looking to get too aggressive here as they keep their distance, trying to get a good read on what Zero Mercy's approach will be here.
Yeah, it looks like we got a standoff at the moment, which only gives the Wolves time to get into position around Zero Mercy. They know where Zero Mercy is coming in, and you can see that Potato is starting to move back a little bit. He has decided to reposition himself, but with the Wolves up on that rooftop, Potato has to be careful because the Wolves can see him. They can get that vantage point and look down, and it looks like almost there. Might be thinking about coming on over to get into some of that as well.
Yeah, no major drastic changes coming through with regards to how the teams are situated on the zone here. We do see Resilience looking to push a little bit further down south. Zero Mercy, though, did find themselves a little bit of something, but it could be at the expense of Influence Rage. So we'll see soon enough how all of this is going to change up as the teams will continue to start pushing on forward. But the big question is, can they get it locked in? Now it is going to be the Wolves still contesting against Zero Mercy. Zero Mercy, I mean, they have the whole squad back up on their feet, right? So they could maybe find themselves another frog if they're not careful. In the meantime, Faction Brazil, I mean, they've been a little bit quiet today, and somehow they look to change things up, right? If you recall, of the previous 2 days, Action and Faction were able to find each other in almost every single game. So far, we are yet to see that. So it means that either of those 2 teams are definitely looking to change up their overall approach coming into these matches. But let's see, will it work here for Faction as they are quite isolated, and Wiz now realizing just how hard that EMP zone is going to hit.
Yes, that's another one of these Rondo specific issues that they've got to face and they've got to learn to watch for, because it is something that if it pops on you, you lose your vehicle and you are stranded right there, and then you don't get a chance to coast into or out of the zone.
Let's see who's going to be coasting what. Maybe there might be a few teams in need of coasters as Wiz now gets caught behind the tree, managing to narrowly escape. That spray down coming through here from Faction. But Faction only starting this match off with a 3-piece, so that is going to make things a little bit more difficult. But of course, nothing quite like a bit of a challenge, right? Coming into the final few matches of the event. In the meanwhile, it is going to be Influence Rage now pushing up onto the Wolves themselves. Oh, but the Wolves, they felt confident. They thought that they don't have to send that 4th player out of the way. And does seem like they are going to get that theory being tested right here, as it is now up to Doran and Coops as Influence Rage moves in from all directions, trying to narrow them down. But Coops got to watch that far western side as Baton could maybe now get picked on up, give them a bit of an opportunity to try and bounce back. But a quick play over on towards Diego Federal, getting really close as well. A lot of smoke, at least for the time being. buying the Wolves a bit of an opportunity here, but the jump shot is not going to work. Oh, but Federal gets downed. Now, little boy looking to see if they can maybe find that approach to jump on forward. Law also going for that recall, and I think that is what the Wolves should have done in this situation. I mean, it's a bold move to come in with a full squad just in one single location, but they seem to be confident enough in their ability to pull this one out of the bag. The blue, of course, is going to continue to close on through as well, so whatever happens, they will have to make it quick because they are running out of time.
Because that blue zone is coming in, and we already know that the blue zone in Rondo does not play. We haven't really touched on the fact that there are blue zone backpacks. So maybe some of these players have found those blue zone backpacks and are taking this fight a little longer than we would have expected.
Well, little boy is in possession of one of those said backpacks, so it does buy him a little bit more time, as he is going to be immune against the blue for a little while, but it's not a permanent fixture here. So however they look to play through it, again, they're going to have to be on the money with it. But to add to it, you can see almost there also hanging around that southern side. Now it's going to be Coops trying to clear it out. They know that there is an imposter here. They don't quite know where, but it is going to be a little boy fighting that spray on towards Doran. Oh, it is looking quite risky for the Wolves. They are slowly losing health. The blue just ticking away against them. Little boy just sitting there in the corner, giggling, as he knows he is immune still against this blue. Up comes Baton. Let's see. Can Baton get the game on? Is he going to be able to find those hits? Coming through with a few preemptive hits. And there we have it. Little boy goes down. But it was a very close call. Higors at least managing to save them for the time being. Meanwhile, iNCO and the players here from Team Salame are going to look to keep the pressure up as they see quite a few teams in the surrounding area. Legion Zen also going to be feeling a little bit of that sting here as Wolf does find quite a bit of damage in onto Tokyo.
Yes, and did you notice that the Wolves are already up to 9 eliminations? We are losing one of the Wolves permanently. It looks like maybe 2. I'm not sure if they've got any of those recalls left because they have been in fights since they dropped right there at that Neox factory as a full 4-man team on that recall. So I'm not sure if they've got any more recalls left, but we do not have any teams out just yet. And all these teams, they are taking these fights and they are out in the blue. They've got to get into that play zone. They've got to get further south. We already see them bringing down those emergency covers. Hopefully they've saved some of them for the later zones as well.
Well, we'll find out soon enough. In the meantime, it's going to be almost there, managing to narrowly escape that initial push. But now, Alpha 7 and Influence Rage, and we're going at each other out here in the blue. Now, Alpha is going to look to just disengage and play for zone, while Influence looks to bring their players back into the fight. Almost there, Zero Mercy, Zen, and the Wolves also have a good long distance to go before they can make it in safely. The same could even go over to the side there for straight out of Nepal. So several teams now just sipping on that blue juice, but they're going to have to do something different. Speaking about different, though, we can see 9Z and Savage over on towards that far western side. The zone is going to be pulling quite tightly up towards that northeastern side. So this is where Game On, iNCO, and a few other teams are going to feel pretty blessed with their position.
Yes, and I saw that there's a couple of teams that are right down on the S9Z. Finding Savage coming right up in that southern side. So Savage trying to... Oh, and iNCO. 9Z drove right up into iNCO. iNCO now getting some more eliminations. iNCO already the leaderboard of today. Getting more to get those smash points even higher is not something the rest of these teams want to see.
Well, let's see who will be able to pick it out of the bag, as it is going to be a full send opportunity here. Again, not an easy one here, but they have to try and make the most with what they are presented with. Team Liquid is going to be moving a little bit further down the board here. We can see quite a few teams now having several casualties on their end. And a lot of teams already using up quite a few of those recalls. But now it is going to be Chief looking to push on forward. Kadu is going to get a hit over on towards Ayala. The nade comes in, but is it going to be enough? Oh, Kadu getting picked up. And there we go. Team Liquid heading their first elimination to the board. But can they find the rest? There's still just one player remaining here for Team Salame, and there could be a big decisive play coming through from them. Meanwhile, T-Games also just sitting here with the 3Ps. Quite a few teams actually coming into this match with not a full roster.
Yeah, I was noticing that as well. And now straight on Nepal in that fight with Team Liquid as well, coming right up behind him. Straight on Nepal over here next to Team Liquid, not too far away from that solo from Team Salame. And we have Legion Zen right on the edge of zone. They did come into zone, but they are right here with A7 Carleo. And Carleo going down. Obscure may be able to get this, get him picked back up, but we do have teams pushing up and around besides Legion Zen. One ahead, trying to get the spray down as they're trying to come right up and over. One head able to get that, and Guazo, he does have the MG3. There goes Zen going out in 18th with 3 eliminations. But now here comes the Wolves again up onto A7. And A7 trying to get, obscure A7 going out in 17th with 5 eliminations. The Wolves up to 12.
Yeah, the Wolves are in it. They mean business. They want to try and see, can they play that catch-up? Can they close the gap and look to contest the top of the leaderboard, get themselves up and into that top 3? It is still going to be quite a bit of a battle for them to pull that move. But if they keep the spacing going, I can't see why they won't get considerably closer. In the meantime, still a few teams having to make any kind of a decisive rotation, especially coming through from the south and the east. We see Action and Retaliation also holding towards the north, but it's not going to be too much of a challenge unless, of course, the Wolves decide to rotate up as well. So we'll find out soon where these teams are going to look to call home. But Faction are going to go for a little bit of a different play here, going for that 3 or 2-1 split. Not quite sure what the approach is, but we'll see whether or not they can lock it in. iNCO going to look to at least control the edge of zone as straight on the ball starts to push on forward. Influence Rage and T-Games over on towards that eastern side. It is going to be the blue now starting to move, so Influence and T-Games will have to get moving.
Yeah, and I noticed over in that edge, the elimination feed is just scrolling. We've got fights between Action and the Wolves. The Wolves going down. There are 2 still standing. We got Coops coming right up and in onto Action. But the damage leader with 600 damage. The Wolves taken out almost there.
So there's still a bit of an opportunity here for the Wolves to kind of bounce back, but it is going to be quite reliant on whether or not they can get that res onto Higors. As you can see, Baton and Coops now trying to do everything they can, but Action is going to keep the pressure pretty high, so it's not going to be an easy feat to manage. As we do see Higors going down, the Wolves now seeing a few of their strategies starting to crumble right in front of their very eyes. But even though they might make it through the aggression coming in from Action, they also have to keep a close eye on the players here from Resilience, who are now just kind of riding the edge, looking to poke their noses into the fights here. We do see the end of T-Games making its way on through, as well as the teams are experiencing a little bit of difficulty. Now, it is Influence also going to be falling to the wayside as they walk away with 9 eliminations to their name. The Wolves now feeling the pressure straight out on a pole. Team to leave in 12th place, 3 eliminations up. The Wolves have also been taken out. So they can't hold on. Action, though, this is their opportunity to try and push. As you can see, Resilience patiently awaiting a little bit more information.
Yes, and we can see that iNCO, our leaderboards are still in this with a full 4-man team sitting down at that southern side completely by themselves. We see that Brunosen is starting to pull out, going over to poke his nose over into that fight between Team Liquid and Team Salame, going out in 11th with 3 eliminations. We've got Team Liquid over here with Faction Brazil. Faction Brazil trying to get the nade up and over the street over to Ayala. But you can see not too far away, we've got Savage Esports in here. We have BRZ in a fight with Action. We have Action everywhere, but Action Esports in a fight right here with BRZ. BRZ just getting plucked up. Filipino just not even missing any of those shots.
It's looking pretty good coming so far from the side of Action, but what will Resilience do? Are they going to look to respond in kind, as they've now used the opportunity to get positions ahead of them? VRZ going to try and dip out of dodge as they come through with a quick disengage, but Cardi C still keeping a very tight look over onto the hill. Now Cantera up on the side alongside Resilience. Could this be a bit of an opportunity now for Resilience to try and drive it forward? They're going to have Cardi C close up that gap. They need the numbers on the front line. Meanwhile, Action still going to be just holding over on the edge. Want to try and get themselves removed from these altercations. They want to try and play for those placement points. But let's see whether or not VRZ and Resilience are going to maybe take the fight here. Game On getting spotted out as well. As you can see, the heads just flying on in. Now, it is Game On, right? They have to bounce back. They have to retaliate. But how will they manage it?
And 9Z coming into the zone, and they are in this fight now with Faction Brazil and Savage right next to him. 9Z does get an elimination, and 9Z, we know that 9Z did win that first match tonight. They are really pushing to get some of these points now. They're coming in with only 2 into stage 5. Action going out in 5th, or going out in 10th with 5 eliminations, and VRZ dropping the Doritos from the sky, trying to get in that fight with Resilience, going out in 9th with 4 eliminations. Right here on this northeast side of zone, Game On Legend knocked again. Team Liquid going out in 8th with 5 eliminations. Faction Brazil in 7th with 2 eliminations. DK, we're only in phase 5 and we're down to the top 6 teams.
Yeah, it is getting absolutely chaotic here. As you can see, quite a bit of pressure being applied all across the zone. iNCO not going to relent, though, as they continue to look for that opportunity. They want to try and kind of just pressure everything into the edges here, as they will have to get ahead of the blue zone closure. Fortunately, iNCO not having to move too far to get themselves set up. But now Savage trying to creep in onto 9Z here. Of course, either side are well aware of the situation. We did see a little bit of a cheeky spray over towards VRZ, but now Savage getting found here by Remix. So that is one of the goats getting taken down. Will the rest follow suit, or are they going to try and push up? You can see not a goat is going to try and relay a little bit of additional information back to the rest of the team. And at this point, information is going to be crucial. Out comes Remix, trying to play on the ridge. Knows that there is some movement up ahead, but can't really find an exact location on it. iNCO, though, are going to be running into a little bit of difficulty here as well. As you can see, Vitali has been knocked on down. There's still quite a few Doritos to play through. We see VRZ just ahead of them. 0 Mercy, rather, coming through on the edge. So iNCO now having to make some pretty difficult decisions as to how they will look to get out of this. But as we go back to 9Z, we can see nothing really changing over on this side, right? They do have an opportunity to disengage and fall back to the zone, but they are insistent on staying right here. They want to keep the pressure on Savage. They want to see, can they wrap it up? But they could also do that from in the zone itself.
Yes, and in this late stage, that zone is almost instant death. So these players really have to get up and into zone. 0 Mercy in zone, but can 0 Mercy stop? What an aid. What an aid by McGrellin over onto Game On, taking Game On out in 6th place with 4 eliminations. But now iNCO trying to push right up and in. right into VRZ, right past Zero Mercy. VRZ now all of iNCO pushing right up and in, punishing VRZ for looking over that ridgeline to see where they were all going to call home. And look at the split by iNCO. They still have a man over on this side. It's McGrellan keeping an eye on to 9Z and Savage. 9Z and Savage still in that fight as well.
Yeah, well, it's not going to stop anytime soon, as it is the top 5. The final few squads trying to make the big magic happen over here. As you can see, iNCO now suffering quite a few hits as they lose 2 of their players. That was the Frog and everybody else here from Zero Mercy, staying true to their name. But let's see, can Vitaly come through with a bit of a response? That wide split from iNCO now is going to prove to be super challenging, though, because it's not going to be an easy play to try and recover from. Zero Mercy has been ended. But can iNCO still reclaim a bit of the territory here? We do see VRZ and 9Z going toe-to-toe, but VRZ will be the better Z in that fight as they look to make it easy to close off the opposition. Down to the final 3 we go. iNCO, Bruno getting spotted out. Vitaly going to try and find a little bit of a spray here. VRZ also down to a solo. They've got a 10% chance to survive. But now with the mollies coming in, the odds might start to dwindle. A little bit of a response from VRZ. That nade could be the devastation that iNCO is not looking to try and deal with now. But, I mean, in all of this, Savage has been able to improve their position considerably. They still have 3 players up as they now look to assert themselves and lock down the dominant angles in this phase. But VRZ up towards the north. iNCO also holding steady, is not going to be able to maybe reclaim Bruno in this engagement.
Yeah, and I'm noticing that it's Savage is being savage. They are coming right up and over to this eastern edge where iNCO and the Soul Survivors from VRZ are in that fight. And look at that. All of the zone closes up around Savage. So the other teams do have to move on down and in. We may be able to get Bruzone and pick back up to get iNCO up to a 2-man. But we only have a solo for VRZ. Savage up to 59, almost 60 points in this. VRZ does have the upper hand though, but Savage in the Natago or Pixel Goat trying to get up and around, trying to figure out where these players are. But it's VRZ being really quiet. And then we've got iNCO able to get Bernoz and pick back up. iNCO is up to 10 eliminations, and they've already have that giant lead on this leaderboard.
Yeah, they definitely have. And now let's see, can they go all the way? It is going to be Savage trying to do whatever they can to survive. It is proving to be quite challenging here, but iNCO seem to be insistent on holding onto their splits here. Going to try and keep a little bit of a spread across the match. But here we have it, though. VRZ slowly advancing up on that northern side, as it is going to be Vowels here, because it's Old MacDonald, right? Yo. Coming through here. Yep. So there we have it. iNCO, as you've said, 10 eliminations up. They do still have quite a bit of an interesting position to try and play off of here. But will Vitaly be able to secure that spray, though, as he does get numbered down? It is going to be Numero locking it in. Quick retaliation. Savage, though, absolutely insane with the coverage that they have here. Good awareness being brought through. But now the big question is, can Bruno bring in the revive here? Can Brunozen bring Vitaly back into the fight, as it is going to be Savage looking to push it up? It is Pixel Go looking to do the cleanup, and that is the job done and dusted. Brunozen has been spotted as well, but now can he get out of this? As is VRZ trying to survive up on towards the north, but it is Savage trying to extend in all directions, taking the fight here with iNCO and with VRZ.
I really like how Savage has really been playing this. They got really aggressive in this end zone. They pushed over. They took over the dominant edge of zone. All these players over on this eastern edge, and they came across. And now look at the split by the 3 players from Savage. We only have 2 solos left. We have the 3 teams, but are they going to be able to do anything? We've seen iNCO with just a duo be able to do miraculous things, but this is Bruno's, and he is a solo now against 4 other players.
Well, I mean, if iNCO want to capitalize on Smash Rule, they're going to have to just lock it in here. I mean, as we know, they don't have to win this match. They just need to catch up to what the Smash scoring is, right? So the goal is 198 points. And we did see them sitting with pretty good standings already coming into this game. So there is a bit of an opportunity here now for iNCO, right? As we know, with Smash, they need to try and catch the point situation. And with those 10 eliminations and, of course, the placement points to accompany that, this could be iNCO unlocking Smash for themselves as Bruno's in is going to go down. 10 eliminations up. So the big question is, do they have more than 198 points in total? Of course, we'll find that out pretty soon. But it is going to be VRZ and Savage now looking to push through the final stretch of this match. 2 players versus 1. VRZ up to 10 as well. Savage not going to be able to reclaim their player here, but the zone is going to force their hand here for VRZ as we are about to enter phase number 9. It is going to be the big old showdown here. And let's see how this one plays out. VRZ just patiently trying to figure out how on earth will they get out of this, but it might be them, of course, now looking to deny the points. It is going to be a quick dip out of this. Oh, but there we have an easy claps, though, as Savage come in, securing themselves that winner chicken dinner. But VRZ walking away with 10 eliminations up, so a lot has happened in this last game. But the big question we need to have answered is, what will come through as the next match hits? Of course, as we know, it is iNCO pushing and trying to catch up with that Smash point. We'll know soon whether or not they were actually able to accomplish that. Of course, it does seem like they have, but the golden rule is don't necessarily always trust caster math, because math is difficult and I don't have a calculator. So we'll see once we get the official scores on board as well. But of course, now that we've wrapped up game number 3, we are going to be taking a look at those points to see where the teams find themselves. But as we step into game number 4, not only will we know whether or not Smash Rule is active, not only will we know who's going to be sitting at the top of the board, but we'll also find out which of those golden rules are going to come into play. But first things first, we got to take a look at the overall performance here from the side of Savage. As you can see, only 3 eliminations coming their way. So that does add 13 total points to the overall tally. But the big question is, can they maybe be opposition coming into the next game?
And I've noticed that they've got more grenade usages than they have eliminations. Look at this. But the placement points will help them. But now we do have all sorts of really interesting things coming up, DK. Not only do we have Smash points, but we also have the golden rule. We're going to find out what's happening with that.
Yeah, we'll find out very, very soon. But here we have it. 16 points going over to VRZ. iNCO picking up 15. Savage walking away with 13. And the Wolves sitting on 12. All of which has come through from aggression, capitalizing on those eliminations, looking to drive it home. I mean, you got to give it up to the Wolves. They've been trying really hard here today to have a successful run. I mean, I was pretty sold on it. It looked like the Wolves were going to go for gold here. But the big question is, how close can they get? Can they play a serious game of catch-up? And it's going to be down to potentially maybe the final 2 games. And of course, with Smash Rule now being in play, it could all end in the next game, right? It's all going to come down to the wire. So there is going to be a lot of pressure on these shoulders here for our squads. But of course, in true Rondo fashion, everybody gets a share of the action as all teams pick up points and look to contribute that to the overall standings.
Yes, you can see that the placement points are all scattered out through the match standings as well. We've got Faction Brazil with placement points going out in 14th right in here. So it's just crazy how Rondo just shuffles these leaderboards. I'm interested to see what the community voted for and see what we're going into next besides the Smash rules.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Of course, first we got to take a look and remind everybody of how small these chickens have been today, right? Slightly starving chickens, if you could say that. But here we have it. Match number 3. Savage also adding another point to the overall board. But the big question is, of course, what does the overall standings look like? We'll see that in a hot minute. But it is going to be the golden rule. So the one that was selected is going to be all in. So it is all or nothing. The last 2 matches will grant double points in the final score of those matches. So whatever points you have, it is going to be worth twice as much in the next match. So there will be a lot to play for these teams. And of course, as we know, Smash has come into play as well. We'll get to look at those points to see exactly what the situation is and how hard the teams will have to work. But I gotta say, Green, a very exciting day so far.
Oh, so exciting. Yes, and I love that the community voted for all in. That was kind of my favorite. That would have been what I wanted the most out of the rest of these. All of them added such a great dimension to these final 2 matches, but all in. Some of these teams we know can really pop off. We saw the Wolves as far as up to 10 eliminations just in that early match down in the factory when these teams kept pushing up onto them. So we know that some of these teams can get a lot of points, and to double these points is going to really, really make a difference.
I think a few teams are relieved that this is not going to happen on Rondo, because that could be quite an insane performance that we could see teams looking to lock in. But, you know, if any of the teams trading behind want to play a serious game of catch-up, all in is going to be the way for them to try and capitalize on that opportunity, right? Trying to bring in as much chaos and carnage as they can muster. And, of course, they will have Miramar and Erangel to try and accomplish exactly that. So, really going to be looking forward to it. But there is going to be a lot riding on this next match. And of course, we'll be talking a little bit more about that in a short little minute once we can see the scores and know exactly what the situation is. But Green, I got to say, so far, the first 3 matches for this final day, they've been surprisingly different, right? I mean, teams that we were expecting to step up, not necessarily always doing so, but teams that, you know, were kind of just in the lobby, really looking to bring a lot of pressure onto the battlefield here today.
Yes, these super aggressive teams have been going out earlier than expected, and these strategic teams have been coming in with chickens. But let's go to a break and find out what we're doing next. Be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile. This is the America's Challenger. DK, we are going into match 4 with a source of excitement.
Yes, sir. We're going all in. It's all or nothing. It is going to be double points granted in the final scores of these next 2 matches. So it's going to be a lot of pressure on the shoulders of the squads to see who can lock it in, who can step up and close the gap. I mean, if you've ever wanted an opportunity to go for gold, to go absolutely crazy, to be insane, to get aggressive, to become sweaty, pick a descriptive word, you can fill it in here. That is what they will have to try and play for. But of course, as we know, right, Smash Rule is also in play. So the pressure extends onto the shoulders here of iNCO to see whether or not they can catch that win. Right, for iNCO to win the event right now in the next match, they will have to get the winner chicken dinner. If they do, it is game over. We end right then and there. But there's also now an opportunity for Influence Rage and Alpha 7 to try and capitalize on the carnage, because double points are in play. It is going to be all in. So there is still an opportunity for Influence Rage and Alpha 7 to catch up. Right, a 40-point gap seems insane, but hey, if the points are worth double, they essentially only need 20 in normal circumstances. So I could still see that potentially happening here, but then I would have to say Influence and Alpha will definitely have to change up the way that they've been playing these past few matches.
Yes, because they have been, well, I don't know, because Alpha 7 has been collecting a lot of eliminations. Influence Rage, they've been doing a lot of aggression, but they've been going out early.
And going out early is not kind of the way that you want to take that approach, right? So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, Influence Rage, as we know, they started off the finals with the most bonus points. So they had 20 already going over to them. So they were situated at the very top. But the big question is here, can they catch up? Can they close the distance between themselves and iNCO? If they want to be the team to end at in pole position, that is going to be the only way to get it done. So there's going to be some pretty high stakes coming into these next few matches. Either 1 or 2, we don't quite know. So yeah, I don't think iNCO has necessarily found themselves in a situation like this before, where they can control the outcome of the event, right? Because we know for iNCO to qualify for the Smash Rule to kick in, they needed to secure themselves 198 points. They got 5 points more than what they needed. So that means they have to win the next match in order for them to capitalize on that principle. But yeah, it is going to be Golden Rule applying to everyone rolling up into this lobby. So Green, I hope you have a seatbelt. I hope you have a helmet, because we are going to need that coming into these next 2 games. It is going to be hopefully the 2 most insane matches that we've seen so far.
Yes, is iNCO. We know that look at iNCO. They've had 4 winner chicken dinners in the past 2 days. Can iNCO do it, DK? But here we go. Match number 4.
Either match number 4 or match number last. We don't quite know which one it is, but we'll find out soon, as it is going to be go time. Now, everyone looking to make their way on down. We do see TGAMES heading up into La Cobreria. We do see Savage, and I believe that is INF. Oh no, that's Alpha 7 heading down into Pozo. So for Alpha 7, that's going to be a little bit of a difficult situation. They're going to have to get super aggressive to ensure that Savage doesn't get the jump in on them. But here we go, Alpha 7 now already down on the ground, looking to grab as many weapons as they can as quickly as possible, and they start firing right across the way onto the side there of Savage. They are not going to waste any opportunity or even look to tempt fate. But the zone is going to be decided on that far southern edge. And this is where things will get super crazy, because already 40% of the map is not playable. And I don't know what the teams are going to look to do, how they're going to look to rotate up here. But if you're iNCO, You're going to try and play for that late game, right? Try and survive as long as you can, and even try and go for that winner chicken dinner.
And then we've got teams right on top of each other. Wolves trying to get away from Team Salami and 9Z. You can see that 9Z is trying to get through, chasing down the Wolves. Now, are we going to see these early rotations into the smaller zone? The zone was not nice to these teams at all. Are going to go ahead and get that elimination onto Team Salami. So Wolves already up to 1 point. They do want to double each and every one of these points. So the Wolves, we know that they've been aggressive. They went out with 10 eliminations early the last couple of that last match, and double digits our first match. So we know that the Wolves are on fire. They got the momentum today.
Yeah, but so does well, maybe every other team in this lobby, right? We don't know just yet. So it is going to take quite a bit of determination for the teams to try and pull this one through. It is going to be Team Salami, the first squad, down to a 2-piece. So not the greatest start here for them. We do see Faction on 3, straight out of Nepal on 3. So I'm expecting that they've come into this lobby with only 3 players present. That does change up the strategy ever so slightly, right? It does impact the way that you can perform throughout the remainder of this game. But I like what iNCO is doing here. They've dropped up in Minas Generales. They are just going about their business, making sure that, you know, they drop in a safe location where nobody is going to look to come upset any of their potential plays. But as you mentioned earlier during the break, they, of course, could get hunted, right? The rest of the lobby could look to do a little bit of recon and go find them to see if they can spot iNCO and apply that pressure to them.
Yes, and iNCO going up to Minas Generalis. They know that TGAMES, if we remember right, TGAMES dropped there with them. So TGAMES may be coming up into that iNCO territory. TGAMES know that that's an area where they can find iNCO. So at least TGAMES knows that. Oh, Savage getting caught out, and I think that is still Alpha 7 because Savage decided to come. Yes, it is Alpha 7 trying to get those shots from across that way. Alpha 7 usually drops Al Pozo, so they know this terrain. This is their home, and they're going to make sure that Savage knows that they've got this area locked down.
Yeah, this is their turf, and they are not to be bothered. So let's see whether or not Alpha 7 can do what is needed. Because as we know, right, if iNCO goes out, there is still an opportunity for Alpha as well as for the players from Influence Rage. So either of those squads have a real good opportunity, an amazing chance to play a serious game of catch-up. But it is now going to be to try to see whether or not Alpha 7 can get something going here with Savage. So far, it doesn't seem like Savage is going to look to allow too much of that. So Alpha will have to find a different way, a different approach to get those eliminations secured. And yeah, it does seem like they are slowly starting to disengage, falling back one after the other. Revo just doing a little bit of that due diligence, ensuring that they're not leaving any stone unturned.
Yes, Revo is hunting to make sure that Savage has left. And Savage, ooh, they find Guizo. So Savage is still over there, Obscure and Revo, down on this crater. So now they've got to get back over to, ooh, they do spot him out. Look at that. They know exactly where they are because Guizo going out. Oh, and now, oh, Carleo goes out as well. This is not good for Alpha 7, who wants these double points to catch up to iNCO. Savage, all full 4-man team still standing, so they are now facing off with Alpha 7, who wants these extra points, and Alpha 7 now down to a duo.
Yeah, that's a really tough start for them, but of course, it is going to be TGAMES also experiencing a little bit of that toughness as well as the blue has caught up. So they're going to have to get their butts going. We did see that zone taking a very aggressive shift down to the far southern side. Essentially, south of Los Leones is where center zone will be. So, however, TGAMES will look to get themselves situated. They will have to do it really quickly because they still have a long way to go. And that second phase is going to hit very, very soon. And of course, looking at it, right, Badil does have a few meds, but not quite sure if Badil has enough meds to successfully rotate that full distance. It is going to be a very challenging play for them here. But let's see now. The other teams further ahead also going to start making a little bit of a push, looking for a new position to call home. You can see everybody just funneling down and up in center zone. It is going to be absolute craziness about to descend upon the battlefield. iNCO is there. We see Resilience. We have Almost there, as well as Action. So that is going to be the place to be, but not maybe the place that iNCO wants everybody else to be.
I see iNCO right there. And then the iNCO also has Team Liquid coming in from the north. Zero Mercy coming in. 9 is straight out of Nepal coming down by Puerto Mauricio. So they are all starting to come along this ridge line or this coastline. And we do have Influence Rage, who needs these points as well, coming right in onto straight out of Nepal with Game On coming in behind them. So that northeast edge on the coastline could be a major bloodbath over there as well for these teams that need these points, like Influence Rage. Alpha 7's going to have to really shuffle up their thought on how they want to do this if they want to get these double points that the community has decided for them to play.
Yep, it's going to be a tough one. Alpha 7, they have still quite a bit of blue to try and cover as well. Wolves, in the meantime, over on towards the edge here. So we can see them just trying to see if there's an opportunity to get positioned up into Partona. So that could be a nice little bit of excitement here for the side of the Wolves, as we now know where phase 2 has gone. It's still on this far southern edge. Meanwhile, Resilience almost there. One of the teams, or two of the teams rather, that could have quite a bit of a say as to how things play out here for iNCO. But I'm not quite sure they've been able to find iNCO just yet. Action also coming in with a very southern approach. Wolves right on their heels. So it is going to be quite a bit of contention as the teams now look for that next location to move into. I'm surprised that the Wolves abandoned that decision for Partona. So instead, they look to play on the coastline as they get closer and closer to Puerto Pareso. But here we go. Bob getting hit. Felipen trying to bring in a little bit of assistance. Gigante coming through with that elevated angle, but Baton hits it in. Stops Bob right then and there. Felipen, better watch out because those grenades are flying all over the place. So Hyde and Gigante could still have quite a bit of an opportunity available to them.
Yes, and the Wolves, we've already seen them being so aggressive today, and they are continuing their aggression over onto Action Esports. Hyde is the last one still standing. All 4 of them from the Wolves are still in this. They've got 4 eliminations, and if they find Hyde, they'll be up to 5 eliminations in the very first or second zone, so the very early stages of this match.
Well, we also do see Influence Rage feeling a lot of that pressure starting to build as well. We do say goodbye to Team Salame as they will get shifted onto the sideway there. But out they go now, straight out of Nepal. Only starting this match with a 3-piece. Going to try and make a little bit of something happen here as they do find Game On. Bit of an opening play, but this is purely just to get straight out of Nepal, straight out of harm's way, as Influence Rage is going to be looking to move in onto Wolf. And with the duo, things are going to be increasingly more difficult. But speaking about difficult, we have that zone in play as well. Smash Rule is a thing. And iNCO, they're just going to try and buy as much time as they can here. Meanwhile, Influence rushing straight on forward. XP3 coming through with a beautiful play. Diego and Lil Boy now the final 2 contenders as they go up against XP3. The shot comes in. We do say goodbye to Faction, but up comes Lil Boy trying to ride the ridge hot on the hills. It's XP3 just trying everything they can to try and outmaneuver those shots coming through from the side here of Lil Boy, but you can only dance so much. You can only dodge so much as the Molly is about to get the better of them, and down they go straight out of the pole, taking the quick seat. and out they go. Now, game on. They have an opportunity here. Green, they can really play a big upset. They could change the pathing here for game on. Or rather, game on can change it for Influence Rage, who we've already mentioned is going to be looking to secure each and every single point available to them.
Yes, because it is double points for this match. So these players, Influence Rage, they want to get as many eliminations as they can. And now they are down to just a duo with Game On coming up and over. The Game On looks like they're getting into position straight across that road on the upper side, uphill, so that they can get those sight lines straight across onto Team Liquid. They know where Team Liquid is. They just saw it in the elimination feed against Straight Outta Nepal, and they were coming in for this third party.
They're going to come in hot as they can. And this is that power that the teams further on the leaderboard has, right? Quite a bit of a deciding factor. But now, Alpha 7 down to a solo. It is going to be Revo trying to play as much of a cautious approach here as he can. As we know, there's nobody else up in San Martin, but it is going to be Savage looking to roll in alongside them there. So they might not be out of the woods just yet. Influence Rage also now in a world of trouble, as it is going to be Lil Boy getting pressured on down. Legend trying to lock it in, and down they go. Diego, the only player looking to try and survive the onslaught. Of course, we did take a quick cheeky look there at iNCO up in center zone, but they are going to be playing a serious game of hide and seek. Their objective here is to secure themselves the winner chicken dinner.
Yes, and we know that they can do it, but there are all these teams that really wanted these early eliminations, as many as they can, and they are getting picked apart. Alpha 7, Influence Rage, both down to a duo. Riva over in Leones, and then we've got Influence Rage right across from a full 4-man team of Game On. So Influence Rage, is he going to be able to get on out of there? Is he going to hold it and stand his ground against Game On?
Well, only time will tell, but in the meantime, we are going to be hopping over to 9Z, who has found themselves a little bit of that Legion Zen. Up they come, looking to find out where exactly Legion is going to be situated. It is going to be one header coming through with a quick bit of a response here, but the shots continue to rain on down as Nicole is not going to let them get pushed on. Can Nicole carry the team through this? Tokyo also having a little bit of that reduction of health coming through, taking a big chunk of damage, but the nade, Nicole, you got to watch out. Oh, is going to be the quickest way out of this game. Now, 9Z will have a bit of a sneak approach coming through here, so we can see Revo moving up behind them. There we go, Revo finding goal. Now it is 3 players up against Revo. This is going to be a pretty tough play. Alpha 7, they've not been able to find any eliminations yet. They have found knocks, but not been able to convert any of that just yet. Meanwhile, Influence Rage trying to defend on the edge of zone. As you can see, Game On starting to light it up. It is mollies and grenades all over the place, and out they go. Influence Rage only picking up 2 points for this game. So things are looking pretty grim currently for the side of Alpha 7 and Influence Rage, who we know are trying everything they can to secure enough points to play a serious game of catch-up to iNCO. But so far, it has been quite devastating for either team.
And Revo getting pushed up by, Savage Esports came up behind Revo when he is in that fight with 9Z. So now there is a solo remaining for Savage, and he is down to about 20 HP. We've got 9Z right above him with 10 eliminations, 20 total points already for 9Z. 9Z really working hard to get up that leaderboard. And this could be the game that 9Z makes that huge jump up. They are still a full 4-man team. Savage deciding to get away, but they're still getting shot at by 9Z.
Yep, unfortunate situation Savage finds themselves in, but we do see the players there from VRZ also now stepping up into the feed as the pressure is on over on towards the western side of zone. Almost there. Gonna try and find a little bit of an angle. Ooh, I like the pressure being applied here. almost there. Really looking to play through all these off angles. Can they bag it though, as they do find another Inspector also looking to get involved in the engagements, as Resilience and Zero Mercy go toe to toe, but almost there. And VRZ, a very decisive fight for either side here. Both teams, of course, situated side by side on the overall standings, coming in with 46 and 45 points respectively. So talk about a close call. It is going to be pretty hot and sweaty for both teams, as only one can move forward. But here we have it. It is going to be that pressure play being applied. VRZ trying to bring everyone back into the fight, but it is going to be Fernandes moving out very bruised. But can he survive? Because just behind them is going to be Zero Mercy and Resilience.
Oh, they're all stacking right up on here. They're hearing this third party. They want to get up in there, but it's not only a third party. We've got a fourth party as well. So we've got the nades going off. Zero Mercy getting the nades. We've got Resilience getting the nades. Zero Mercy going out in 12th with 2 elimination. VRZ able down here to get that res off, so they are back up to a 3-piece, but they still have the team coming in from the north. Resilience does have 1 knock, 2 knocked. It is down to just Molina now. Molina trying to get both of his teammates picked back up, as VRZ is still pushing up, trying to get those shots onto zero, or onto almost there. Almost there, taking those shots. Resilience. So VRZ going out into 11th with 2 eliminations. So now we do have Resilience trying to get it all picked back up, healed back up to take on this fight with almost there. They both have to get on into zone. Savage, the solo, was found, and they went out in 10th with 4 eliminations.
Yep, that is unfortunate, but it is the way the cookie crumbles. So with us now being on all in, all these points are going to be worth double as the teams look to try and capitalize. And of course, we do have Smash Rule in play as well. So iNCO are going to try and survive. They are going to try and ride it out to the very end of the match, because if iNCO gets the chicken dinner here, that is the quickest way to end this whole entire event. But now, Game On looking to step it up, as they only have that duo to work with here. iNCO playing a very quiet position, not going to be trying to be too loud. They want to keep their distance. They want to get a good assessment on the surrounding area, get a good knowing of where the other teams are situated. But it doesn't seem like anybody is going to be focusing on finding iNCO just yet. Instead, they are going to be prioritizing engaging with each other.
Yeah, did you see that large split with the Wolves and 9Z out along that edge sweep? There's nobody on the edge for 9Z, so 9Z just needs to come on into zone. We are in stage 5, and the zone is going to start to hurt, so they need to get into the play zone. 9Z doubling their point could really change their outcome for their placement and possibly getting further up ahead, since Alpha 7 and Influence Rage both went out early.
Well, that is going to be game on, game over, as they now move out of the way as well. We've got only 7 teams remaining, but it is all still on the table here, right? It is going to be to see whether or not iNCO can survive into that late stage of the game and potentially secure themselves the victory. If they do so, this is theirs, right? Resilience trying to get themselves all patched up before pushing forward, but the Wolves are not going to look to allow too much of that. They want to try and capitalize. We do see Wiz getting spotted out as well, and this could now be a bit of a turning point here against almost there. Meanwhile, Team Liquid still trying to focus down. You can see Chief just scanning the area, actually looking right at iNCO, but hasn't spotted them just yet. So iNCO playing a phenomenal strategy, but the zone is going to get ready to pop in the next moment. Where will it take us? Will iNCO have to move just a little bit? Not a lot, but just a little bit. And sometimes that is all you need. Now, I'm quite curious to see what 9Z is going to be doing, right? Are they going to maybe push into those compounds where iNCO is, or will they look to commit to a different location? Meanwhile, the Wolves are going to try and rain down a little bit of chaos coming through from that far southern side, slowly approaching, almost there. But they got to watch out. Team Liquid and Resilience, as well as TGAMES, are situated just ahead of them. So a lot of caution needs to be brought in right now.
And Doran getting that knock over onto almost there. The rest of the Wolves know where they are. And now 9Z really close over here to iNCO. Will they get into that fight? We've got Team Liquid up here in a fight with Resilience, but Team Liquid is also getting shot at by iNCO. If iNCO does get that knock on the Chief, then all the rest of these teams are going to know where iNCO is.
Well, here we go. Let's see whether or not that is going to be happening here, as it is Team Liquid still trying to pull one out here as they keep the pressure onto Resilience, but instead the elimination goes over to the Wolves. Now the Wolves trying to shoot at anything that moves, as they do spot out the rotation coming through from almost there, but it has been proving to be quite a bit of a challenge for them, as Almost leaves in 7th place. Now Saz still going to be holding behind that vehicle. The spray is in, jumps into the driver's seat, and down they go. Resilience out in 6th. Now Team Liquid coming under fire as the Wolves look to capitalize. Already 11 points to them. Can they find more? Can they lock in even more sprays? There's a high probability chance that we could see iNCO and the Wolves having to fight it out for the final position, the final say in this event. But here we go, 9Z getting their vehicles prepped up and ready to go. They could pose a little bit of a threat here to iNCO's survivability, but it does seem like they've not yet really committed to pushing into that region. Reyes is going to be on foot. Cold King is going to push up with a car, and there could be a little bit of a potential upset, maybe now trying to be played by 9Z.
Yes, and I see that the Wolves are coming up and over onto Team Liquid, getting ready to get into that fight. 9Z and iNCO could get into this fight over onto the eastern side. They are all clustering up. Now you can see that Team Liquid, the Wolves, and TGAMES center zone. So now all these teams, then we do have our statistics pretty close across, all around 20, except for 9Z up to 29. It looks like, statistically speaking, they like where 9Z is. So we'll have to see, does 9Z spot out iNCO? They are both the 9Z and the Wolves are over double digits, and you double that again, DK. This could be a real game changer on that leaderboard. So iNCO, if iNCO wins it, we're done. You've already mentioned that. But these teams like the Wolves and 9Z that are closer towards that top of the leaderboard. Oh, iNCO going down. And so now 9Z and iNCO are in it. iNCO down to just McGrellan. McGrellan coming up on the 9Z, trying to get those shots right on down. And there goes iNCO. No, winner, chicken dinner, smash point for iNCO.
Well, that is it. It has been decided. We will play the last match, as iNCO came so close, but unfortunately not close enough. Team Liquid now looking to capitalize, and this is the opportunity for the rest of the lobby now to start to light it up. 9Z going to try and close gaps here. It is going to be the players from the Wolves looking to go for gold. They've got quite a few eliminations, but so does the side of 9Z, right? 14 and 15 eliminations apiece. We have all in active as well. So that means double the points. So not only what we see here, but it is going to be more. So the team's trying to play as aggressively as they can. TGAMES also still in the fight. They've started this match out with 100 points on board. They've only been finding that one elimination. So it is proving to be quite a bit of a challenge, but here we have it, right? Only one of these three teams can walk away with that additional winner chicken dinner. It is looking quite favorable now for 9Z, as they still have that full squad up, but can they do it? Can they lock it in and get that chicken in their hands?
Yes, and then we've got TGAMES Center Zone taking those shots over at the Wolves. And for the terrain, for this final zones, these final zones all up in these hills, in these dips, makes it a lot easier for these teams to fight, to res, to heal, and then get back into that fight. So this final few zones are going to be hair-raising.
Yes, indeed it will be, but now let's see whose hair is going to be raising in which direction, as the Wolves technically should be having a lot of hair, right? That's what was true last time I checked, and I looked at a wolf or anything in the family there. But now, 9Z trying to lock it down. They can almost taste that chicken, but it is not confirmed just yet. They do have still a bit of traveling to do to get themselves up in towards the zone, but first they're going to have to get through Doran, who is going to try and lock it down, trying to prevent 9Z from successful rotating up in towards this next phase. Now it's going to be Coops and Higors also on that far southern side, looking to use that distraction to their advantage. Can they get the jump in? They're going to have to watch out for Miloa, because Miloa could definitely upset that whole surprise play that the Wolves are now trying to execute.
Yes, and 9Z is coming in from the high ground so that they know where most of the Wolves are. Oh, Remix going down to Doran. This does not help 9Z, as here comes the push by the Wolves. Coop's coming right up in on your screen, guys, and he is getting shot at by Reyes. Oh, and Coop's going down. Higer across the way. Doran all the way across the other side of the zone. Hiker is trying to get those nades up and over onto 9Z, trying to say, oh, and TGAMES taking the Wolves out in third with 14 eliminations. It is now a 2v4. It is now TGAMES coming up into 9Z. 9Z already has double digits, and they're about to, can they add the 2 more points plus 10 points for the winner chicken dinner? Really moving 9Z up this leaderboard.
I mean, they're going to try it though, right? Of course, coming into this match, Wolves and 9Z were only separated by 2 points. That, of course, is all going to change now, depending on how this game plays out. But TGAMES, this could also be a bit of an opportunity for them to try and close a few gaps. Unfortunately, they've not been able to capitalize on as many eliminations as 9Z has, but it's all going to be down to the final shift, as Phase 9 is going to force the hand of every remaining player in this lobby. They're going to have to try and push. It is Pedrin and, of course, 9K on the opposing side, looking to lock it down. They are in the middle, but that makes it easy for 9Z rather to know exactly where they are. 9K now on the defensive. Up comes the push here as Cole looks for a bit of an angle, a bit of an opportunity, but instead it is going to be 9K to get dropped on down. Pedrin, one cheeky nade could spell absolute disaster here for 9K or 9Z as they move up. But now it is all down to this. Pedrin trying to survive. It is going to be the utilities now starting to make their way on through. Rotates right up into the molly. Can he do anything? Can he survive it? Can he get healed up before that molly hits? That next grenade comes in, and that is it. TGAMES go out, and 9Z GLOBANT come in with the win. They take that winner chicken dinner all the way to the bank. Absolutely phenomenal comeback here from them. But what a sweaty game. iNCO tried to win by smash rule, but unfortunately that was not on the cards. So irrespective of who wins the final match, the event is going to go the way it should, right? We have it all here. We are going to be stepping onto Erangel once more to see that final match play out, and of course have all the teams fight for possession, all while All In is active.
Oh, and all those eliminations from 9Z. This leaderboard is going to be insane. But it looks like we got a break, DK. Let's find out right after this. What a crazy ending that was. Oh, 9Z played that so beautifully.
Yeah, just reliving a few of those insane moments. But of course, speaking about insane, we have a few more things to look at before we can get into that final match of the day. First things first, of course, we are going to be heading over to those team stats pretty soon to see exactly what 9Z was able to contribute and who walked away with the most eliminations as a solo player for that squad. So, yeah, a big contribution coming through from 9Z, trying everything they can to capitalize on that all-in golden rule that has come into play here. But of course, that could maybe change up things quite a bit, all right? Already we looked at an insane shift coming through, moving us all the way down south. And then we have the likes here of Cole King coming through with 6 eliminations for the team, almost finding 1,000 damage. Close to that is going to be Maloa coming in with 5 eliminations alongside the 4 from Reyes and the 3 from Remix. But yeah, looking at the zone and looking at what they've done, they were quite active, right? Of course, quite a bit of those utilities raining on down 19 total eliminations, or rather utilities, getting played out here by 9Z. But they were the big upsetter coming into this last game. I mean, it looked like iNCO could maybe stand a chance to end the event on match number 4, but 9Z GLOBANT had other plans. They, of course, walk away with 56 points, right? 56 points. Insane. Wolves going to be picking up 38. TGAMES going to be walking away with 16. Liquid on 14, as is Resilience. And of course, we make our way all the way down to that lower position where Alpha 7, Legion Zen, Faction Brazil, and Team Salame also have double points. But, you know, a bubble times a bubble is still a bubble. You can't change that.
You know, those bubbles don't help. Alpha 7, what happened that match? Oh, 56 points. I haven't seen anything like that before.
Yeah, a crazy turnaround that we have here. But the big question is, what does the overall ranking situation look like? Of course, as we know, coming into this match, iNCO was sitting on 203 points. 9Z was sat on 119. They've now just added 50 on top of that, so that puts them only 30 points, more or less, away from where iNCO were. So it is going to be still down to the wire. iNCO were confident that this event was theirs, but based on the fact that they couldn't get the winner chicken dinner in the last game, throws all of that out the window. So this is where Influence, Rage, Alpha 7, and iNCO are going to start stressing, because there's an opportunity for any team over on the right-hand side that has more than, I would say, a decent serving of points. With that, of course, I'm referring to like 120 plus points, right? There's going to be an opportunity for them to really catch up and upset the standings.
Yes, if iNCO doesn't get that winner chicken dinner on that last match, some of these double points like 9Z we just saw, 50-something points if they do that back-to-back, DK. This last match, here we go, be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile America's Challenger. This is the final match.
Yes, sir. It is the final match, and of course, the second to last time that we are going to be looking at the overall rankings, because as we know, only one team can sit atop the board. But the big question here is going to be green. Who can do it? 9Z GLOBANT. They've been able to claw their way up into that second place, coming really, really close. But as we've seen, nobody else aside from iNCO has been able to establish that smash rule. So the pressure is going to be on. Can iNCO defend it? Because they are now only 40 points ahead of the second position. So as we've seen in this last game, 9Z GLOBANT coming through with 56 points. That could be a major upset. But of course, there has been a drastic shift with regards to the scores. So Alpha, Wolves, Influence, and 9Z, either of those teams, if iNCO falls early in the next game, either of those teams have the opportunity to try and get the pole position, right? I mean, even Alpha can do it. Even though the gap is 60 points, they can catch up, because we just saw a 56-point match drop. So I'm expecting all those teams to be super aggressive coming into the final match, the big decider. And it's all coming down to the wire. And I think if your name is iNCO, you are going to be stressing, because iNCO didn't do much in the past game, right? They were trying to capitalize on the smash rule, trying to get their hands on that winner chicken dinner. Because if they did, we would have been done already, right? The event would have been over because iNCO would have won. But that didn't happen. So now there's upsets, big upsets coming through here. I mean, Influence and Alpha, they both got moved down. Wolves, 9Z, they went up. iNCO now in danger of getting caught and also getting dethroned. So yeah, there is going to be a lot of pressure on these squads to see, can they do what they need to do to secure the final tally to make it all the way to the top of the board.
This is an edge of the seat final match. We're headed into Erangel, where these teams know the map. They know every inch of every location. They know the rotations. They know the drop spots, where to find these teams. So this is really going to be insane. We already know that some of these teams are fired up and motivated. The Wolves putting in double digits, coming in really close to that ending, as well as 9Z coming in with 56 total points for one match. This final match is just, there's so much on it, so much riding.
Yeah, and of course, we'll find out pretty soon what exactly is going to happen, as we'll be getting into the match momentarily. But yeah, we did have a little bit of a rehost. That's why the break was the length it was, to make sure that all teams have the same and a fair opportunity stepping into this final match, the last chance to establish points, to see what they can do. But I mean, we could also realistically see any of the teams over on that right-hand side just bring in a little bit of chaos. Is it going to mean anything? Not really, but they can go out, they can have a bit of fun, right? Try and upset a few teams along the way. There might be a few things to consider in that approach, I just realized. But you know what? You only live once, right? So go out there, go have some fun, go kick some butt. And I'm curious to see how this is all going to pan out for these teams. But yeah, we'll see pretty soon how everyone is going to manage to get themselves situated, where that zone is going to be taking them, what the flight path rather is going to be bringing in as well, and of course just how much of a sweaty game we are going to be in for. So I'm expecting absolute brutality and chaos to descend upon this lobby. That's what I'm hoping to see, and I'm pretty sure the teams will deliver on that.
Oh, I'm sure of it too. I am absolutely sure of it. Not only the teams, but the first zone brought in chaos in that last match. But here we go, DK. Here we are. Match number 5. The final match of today. No matter what happens, we will have a winner.
Yes, sir. We definitely will have. That is how the game works. But here we go. We are going to be starting up into that northwestern side, heading a little bit further and further down. And now it is going to be the push. It is the teams looking for a pathway down into potential success. But again, right, where are they going to go? The big question is, of course, what will the zone bring in? You can see a lot of teams already starting to make their way on down. And we are quite limited over towards the southwestern side. But, you know, the team's not going to be too scared of that. I'm expecting a little bit of contention, maybe a lot of contention coming through these early stages.
I see Savage Esports dropping over here onto A7 one more time. So our A7 going to get some of these massive points. They do have to play it a little safer than they did that last match. That last match was really hard on them. But here they come. Alpha 7 right here with Savage Esports already getting a knock onto Savage, and now going to pushing up. He's got that S12K, and he is just waiting for the rest of his team to come up and in. You can see that Savage is starting to separate out, but they are trying. Look at Nada go on the outside, and Carleo from the top trying to spray in through the window. Look at that, he does get another one. And so now Savage is adding to the A7 numbers.
Well, let's see whether or not Savage will be able to survive the onslaught here. It is going to be a pretty tough angle to come through from here. As you can see, Guizo has been found. Revo now going to be the last one left to try and hold on. Savage trying to bounce back. Ooh, but look at that. Revo just locking in with the Uzi. Numero is going to be downed. And so far, he could still look to turn this one around. A little bit of cleanup coming through here, as well as Savage is just making those confirmations. But Guizor could maybe still come back into this fight. This is where Revo needs to time it quite carefully. But we did see Revo lasting in these last few phases in the previous game, making it all the way to that late stage. Oh, but Savage, running straight into it. Alpha 7 managing to hold on, and that was an amazing, amazing clawback from them. But there we have it as well. The zone is going to be taking us all the way to that far southern edge, centering up right onto the northern edge of the military island. So it's going to be a pretty sweaty play, but of course that zone can still go north and south. So either which way, the teams will need to get themselves situated.
I see iNCO going over to Yasnaya. They are not worried about this. This is where they always call home, and no one is contesting Yasnaya. They are leaving Yasnaya completely to iNCO, but iNCO does have to loot up and come on down. So there's going to be a lot of teams right there in the iNCO path.
Let's see whether or not iNCO can get a few additional things done. In the meantime, it is going to be Team Liquid now all the way on that far southern side. Not a bad setup here for them, but I'm curious as to what their next position will be. Are they going to look to get up for a bit of a play on towards the bridges, or are they going to try and just prioritize a little bit of that positioning? Because as we know, a good read on the angles could be quite helpful for them, as it is now Mythic just scanning the surrounding area pretty close to that bridge compound. So this could be exactly the play now for Liquid to make here. But I think realistically, the only team for the time being that could maybe even come close to this could maybe be straight out of Nepal, who's opted for an insanely wide spread. We did see Oliver up in North George, and we had XP3 all the way down in that far southern side of the military island. So not quite sure if they'll be able to do something with that tactic, but we'll find out in a little while exactly how this is going to play out for them. Meanwhile, action up in Rozhok, really close to the edge of the northern side of zone. So they don't have to move too far. As you can see, just a little bit to go. But this is going to be the big deciding factor here. How are the teams going to look to maybe anticipate that zone shift? Already, the Wolves looking to get set up partially on the north and southern side of the center zone. We do see the players from Zero Mercy still held up into Pachinki. Influence almost all starting to move out a little bit more, but the big one here rather is going to be what iNCO is going to be doing. Are they going to be able to assert their dominance, right? Because we saw what those rankings look like. Anybody behind them, there are 4 squads that could come in hot and kick iNCO out of pole position.
Yeah, what an ending to this day, but it looks like VRZ is going to come in on Rozhok right into action. Resilience and Team Salame all right down in there. Will iNCO come in and try to get some of those third parties, or will they go down and around over towards that Milta area? They know that the Team Liquid straight on Nepal. Some of these other teams already call Milta home. But if you look at straight on Nepal, they only came in with 2 players. Oliver just coming in on that northwest side. And then we got XP3 sitting quietly down on that military base island in that southeast side.
Well, it is a slightly different start to the match here. The teams that need to bring it, trying to anticipate what the approach will be, and the teams who have to defend also taking a slightly more reserved approach. We did see how this worked out for iNCO in the previous match, so hopefully they look to come in with a slightly different play this time around, right? They got to try and add those eliminations in as well, because it is all in, right? So for those of you who missed what all in is, it means that all the points get doubled. So whatever happens here, the teams will get double that. So Alpha 7, even though it says 4, technically they already have 8 points added.
Zero Mercy now trying to stop Influence Rage from coming in and across this bridge. Up here at the lighthouse, got that high ground advantage over onto Influence Rage. Influence Rage is another team up towards that upper left side of the leaderboard that they do want to capitalize on any of these points.
Well, it is going to come down to the wire, at least now for Influence Rage, to see what their approach will be here. As Zero Remorse starting the match off with 91 points, trading quite a bit behind them, as they do have, I would say that is, what, a 73-point difference. So not quite sure if they are going to be able to close the gap, but who might be closing some gaps here is, of course, Action and VRZ, as Action looks to come in hot yet again. They just fell a little bit shy in the previous match of securing crazy points. But this could be their opportunity to try and reclaim a little bit of that. Not quite sure if they'll be able to make a run for the top of the rankings, but they are going to try and do everything else in the meantime, as they do end the run here for VRZ, who will have to settle for what they've been able to find. So they walk away with 2 points to their name.
No, Action coming in, like you like to say, in action, full action mode. And so now they do have to get down into zone, because the zone is much farther to the south, but they do have several more teams right in front of them. Team Salame already pushing down and through right to the south of Alpha 7 coming out of that North Georgia area. Alpha 7 also wants to capitalize on as many points as possible, but they are a duo, so they're going to have to play a little more strategically on their offensive.
Well, if the teams ever chose a time to get aggressive, this is going to be the match to do it. The only match in which it matters the most. Influence Rage, they tried a bit of a different tactic coming through in the previous game. Of course, things not exactly working out the way they would have wanted to. Not getting as many points as they'd hoped for. Zero Mercy also going to be looking to bring in a few changes as well. Of course, slow, steady increase with their points, but again, nothing too drastic. So it's going to be a pretty tough day at the office for a lot of these teams. but who will be the one to persevere? That is going to be the big question that we'll be looking at here. Of course, we are coming into this match with, from what we can see, only 16 teams in this lobby. 2 squads out already. So, yeah, I think a few teams have accepted their fate. But would have loved to see them here regardless. Always could do with all the potential eliminations available. I mean, those teams that know that they won't necessarily be able to catch up to the left side, right? You always have that chance to get everything going here. So this is going to be the final match of the day. Everything comes down to this. It is going to be game number 5 to have it all be revealed. It is going to be Resilience now finding SAS, getting knocked out, well disconnected. Very unfortunate, but they're going to have to make do with the 3 that they have remaining. And a few teams now starting to commit to those southern rotations. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 committing to chaos as they push up onto the place here from Team Salame. Guaizo super low on the health, but unfortunately can't find the necessary damage to close it all up.
Alpha 7 going out in 13th, only 8 points. So that's not going to help them catch up to iNCO. And where is iNCO? Still in Yasnaya.
Let's see. What are they doing? I mean, they are definitely trying to buy as much time as they can, right? But I'm not quite sure if they'll be able to make it out of there successfully. Of course, spending so much time there looting, so it could provide them with decent meds to rotate up, but that is going to be an insanely lengthy rotation. I mean, Almost there also has to rotate up still. There is going to be quite a bit of congestion coming through over on towards that western bridge. We could see quite a few teams opting to rather try and swim their way across the water. But now it's going to be Marion and the rest of Resilience will be meeting their fate here as they do get sent away. That is the end of the road. Not a single point to show for this last match of the day. But straight out of Nepal, though, they're going to be finding a little bit of an interaction with the team from Team Salame. But as I say that, straight out of Nepal also ran into the wall. Zero Mercy now up on the lighthouse. Influence Rage. This is a beautiful setup to have. But can they lock the bridge down? There are so many teams yet to push across.
Oh, and they are really closing in. We've got it centered on this northwest side of Sosnovka military base. iNCO finally coming down that east side. They are going to go slow into this zone where the rest of these teams are over on that western edge, over on that western bridge. We see the rotation going from almost there out in the water. So they're doing a boatation, hovercraftation. I'm not sure, but they are trying to come in from that far west.
Well, I mean, if it's... So usually when water is involved, it's called irrigation, right? So if it's a rotation over water, it might even be an irritation. We don't know, but we'll see soon enough. The Wolves, though, are going to try and deal here with TGAMES looking to push upon them, as it is proving to be quite a bit of a sticky situation now. Wolves sending out all the utilities that they can find, trying to hug each and every single angle. But it's going to prove to be quite challenging for Krups as the knocks come in. They did find Pedrin, but unfortunately, they will get taken down. At least not confirmed up just yet. It is going to be SNC7 on the opposite end there. Well, Badil is going to look to come rushing straight on forward. So the Wolves can still claw their way out of this. They can still survive, but they're going to have to end the run for TGAMES.
Yes, and TGAMES are pushing up and in. The Wolves did push down off that bunker hill. So now full 4-man team for the Wolves. But we could see that one of them from TGAMES was AFK. What a nade by Batoni. Knew he was in that nade check. So now TGAMES down to just a duo. The Wolves do want to capitalize on all these points. They do have a chance because it is the double ending for these teams. And now TGAMES down to just SNC, and there they go out. The Wolves already up to 4 eliminations, but we are in phase 4.
Well, almost there. Unfortunately, not quite making it all the way there, as it is now, as you said, phase 4, and we've got 7 Scratch that, make it 6 teams remaining as Action will also get shipped out of here. It was the squad from Zero Mercy to lock it in. But now, Influence Rage looking to take it all the way as they do control the bridge. They pick up 3 eliminations in the process. But now, with quite a bit of that tension on the bridge getting relieved, how are they going to look to get themselves back into safety? iNCO, they've been trying to just keep a lot of distance between themselves and the rest of the lobby here. As we can see them now starting to rotate up. But as we get further and further into this game, the blue zone damage goes up considerably. And so Wolves, Wolves and 9Z. I don't know why I'm stuck on 0. We'll see how it's going to play out. But the Wolves, Team Liquid, Influence Rage, and 9Z all going to try and see what they can bring on through. iNCO, they're going to try and keep everybody at bay, right? They're going to look for that 9-foot pole and just like keep them at distance.
And iNCO coming in on the eastern side. There's nobody on the eastern side. All these teams are over here on this west fighting it out. And we are down to the top 5 teams. We only have 5 teams in zone 4, and they are already looking like they're looking at Liquid, they're looking at 9Z, they're looking at iNCO, Influence Rage, and the Wolves. The final 5 teams. Influence Rage or iNCO is starting to move out, and they may end up right over here in the sight line of 9Z. So 9Z could take out iNCO one more time.
They definitely could, but will they be able to? That is going to be the big question here, as the teams are trying to buy as much time as they can, especially the likes of iNCO. Influence, Diego, up towards that far northern side. I'm going to try and take a little bit of an alternative route to get themselves situated, but for INF, they only have 2 players up at a 7% chance of making it all the way to the very end of it. Now, Team Liquid, I like the setup that they have onto the north. Quite a bit of control up on these hills. And it is going to allow Chowski to go out, get a little bit more loot before returning back into the fight.
Yep, and now Beton can hear the shots coming from 9Z. And I believe 9Z was shooting over at iNCO. If iNCO does get knocked by any one of these, the whole lobby is going to end up over on the east side trying to shut down iNCO. So trying to get these eliminations, trying to get these double digits, trying to get what 9Z just did with the 56 total points for that last winner chicken dinner.
Well, let's see how this one is going to play out. As I think the kind of eliminations that the Wolves need to secure themselves a chance at catching up to the top of the board, they need a lot more than what they have right now. And I think the only team currently left in this lobby that could maybe stand a chance to catch up where iNCO is going to be the side of 9Z. But again, right, not too convinced about, or rather by the total number of eliminations that they've been able to bring in so far. It's not quite the same as we saw in the previous game, right? When they got that 56-point match happening. But here we go, as it is going to be go time. 9Z keeping their distance, iNCO keeping their distance. So everybody who needs to try and keep their distance, they're keeping their distance, right? So the top 3 currently still in this match. It is, of course, iNCO, 9Z, and Influence Rage. But Team Liquid now almost getting flushed out as well. They still have a few players up. It is going to be Doran looking to bring himself back into a slightly better stance with the health. Oh, but the shots continue to connect on through. And this could almost be over for the Wolves if they're not careful.
And iNCO is still in a position to win this. Win this by the smash rule. If iNCO wins it, it doesn't matter if any of these teams get those big numbers.
Yeah, I mean, for iNCO, it doesn't matter all too much, right? Because they are the only team that has triggered the smash rule to count for them. Nobody else is close enough, right? 9Z GLOBANT would have had to hit 198 points because that is what the line was for the smash point. So they ended up on 175. So a few points away from it, right? 23 points away. So the only team that has Smash Rule currently counting for them is, of course, iNCO. So if iNCO win this regardless, they win, right? That's just as simple as it is. But let's see if the Wolves can maybe look to play the upset. They've got 7 eliminations, so that means they've got 14 total points. To catch up and to go the distance, they need a lot more. They currently need about double those eliminations, and I'm not quite sure if they'll be able to collect that from the rest of the teams held in this area. Of course, looking at 9Z, the only other team that could potentially catch up based on who currently is still alive, that, as I mentioned, they need 23 points. So if they get the winner chicken dinner, that is going to be 20 points coming their way as opposed to 10. But they're going to have to clutch it. They're going to have to make it to the end. So the big ones that can play the upset here, based on who we have alive, is going to be either Influence or 9Z, right? 3 out of these 4 teams can win this event.
It's so down to the wire now. We are headed into these final stages over here at Sosnovka. So we do have all 4 of these teams right here across this wide open space. And now 9Z trying to find, and does find it, over onto the Wolves. And so it looks like 9Z getting ready to push right up and over into where the Wolves are. So now Doran is going to have to hold off this push by Remix and Reyes as they're getting shot from across the way by iNCO, and the Wolves go out with 7 eliminations in 4th, in 9Z taking over the position where the Wolves just were.
Yeah, I mean, in order for iNCO, or in order for 9Z or INF to stand any kind of a chance, iNCO has to go next, right? That's the only way that there is any kind of an opportunity, because you also got to take into consideration that iNCO are going to be adding on placement points, right? And that gets doubled. So if they go out now, they get 5 placement points. So that means they get 10 additional points in. That means 9Z needs 10 more points to ensure that that happens for them. Now, it is going to be INF looking to make a bit of a rotation here. They are coming pretty close to the side of iNCO, but I'm not quite sure whether or not INF possesses enough eliminations to try and go the distance. They need 11 points to catch up to 9Z, and aside from that, they still need a few additional points on top of that. iNCO, they've just removed themselves from this fight. Not a single elimination has been secured by them, but if they do, it spells disaster for 9Z. It is absolutely crucial. If 9Z wants to win, they're going to have to find a way to prevent iNCO from getting any additional eliminations.
And we are down to just a duo for Influence Rage. So Influence Rage down to Federal and Diego. And now it looks like iNCO may be coming up and around right behind Influence Rage. So Influence Rage right in front of them. And iNCO does, a couple of these players does have to move into zone right on top of where Federal himself is.
Well, let's see. Can they get it though? I mean, iNCO, if they can take out Influence Rage, this could be exactly their ticket to get it, right? But then they're all going to have to turn around and run out into the blue, because if they give those eliminations over to the side of 9Z GLOBANT, already sitting on 4 points, so that means they've got 8. So at this point, they've got 18 points. They need a few more to catch up. So if they can find all the remaining players out on the battlefield, there is still an opportunity for 9Z. As you can see, there are 6 eliminations up for grabs. Can 9Z get their hands on that? If they can't get those 6, I don't know how they could win this, but there's still an opportunity for a bit of an upset to come through here. iNCO is just going to try and survive as best they can. If iNCO gets the dub, it's done. iNCO takes it, but if 9Z can find the elims, they are going to get super close to maybe, potentially, winning this.
And Federal getting a little bit hurt by iNCO. And I saw that McGrellan was getting closer closer over here to Reyes for 9Z. These teams are really starting to crush in on each other. And again, this is a wide open area that we are closing in on. So these teams need to figure out where their next spot's going to be before the zone closes. They've got the vehicles, but we've already seen so many of these players just get lasered out of these vehicles.
Yeah, and it's not an easy play whatsoever. So you got to watch out. You got to be careful. And this is where the whole situation can now start to turn, as iNCO is going to look to get themselves set up over on towards that southeastern side. But here is the final angle of it now. 9Z staring across the way. Like I said, if they want that winner chicken dinner, if they want to sit at the top of the board, they will have to pick up every single available elimination out on this battlefield right now. Because if they can't, I don't see them beating iNCO at their own game. But it is going to be Federal starting to come through with a bit of a spray. They did spot McGredden, but up comes the bounce. It gets really close. Fortunately, Federal not close enough to get locked in. 7-8 still going to be trying to just hold up a little bit of the pressure here. I mean, even though iNCO think that they might have this one in the bag, they still cannot give away these points all free, or for free whatsoever. So they're going to have to do everything they can. And so far, I mean, everyone is playing a very strategic game here.
Yes, they are. Federal knows right where McGrellan is, and he's been getting some shots across over onto McGrellan and Bernozen, but he's really playing it safe. He's doing those quick peek shots and getting right back under cover. And now we've got two for iNCO right side by side. One nade could really devastate this game for iNCO, and they are right next to 9Z GLOBANT, and we know that 9Z GLOBANT is one of the teams that really uses their nades, really uses all of their utilities, and they use them well.
Well, we'll find out as we're about to hit stage number 9, the final zone for this entire event. The PUBG Mobile America's Challenger is about to come to an end. Who will be the team to sit atop the leaderboard, walking away with all the praise and glory for what we've seen out on the battlefield? Well, the answer to that is going to come in very soon. For the time being, 9Z are going to try and do everything they can to make it up into these next few stages, or these next few moments rather, as the zone will pop. We are going to see a slight bit of closure. Maloa is on the outside of zone. Diego also quite up north, so not quite sure if Diego is going to be able to get into the zone, but a slight bit of a distraction here from 9Z as they now start to move on up. Could be exactly that opportunity that Diego is going to be looking for. Now, iNCO going to dial up the aggression yet again, as they know they have a good run to solidify the overall outcome of this play. It is INF out of the way. One team standing between iNCO and a potential 5th winner chicken dinner making its way on through. 9Z, they've done pretty great things so far, but can they find their 4th? It is all going to rely quite heavily on what iNCO does next.
Oh, and Bernozen had Coal King right there in his sights. Coal King throwing that pre-nade and getting down and out of that spray by Bernozen. So we still have a full 4v4. iNCO is in zone, and now the zone is going to close up and around these teams. It is going to be over in just a matter of seconds. One of these teams are going home as the winner. Will it be iNCO with the winner chicken dinner and the smash win? Will it be 9Z with the upset? 9Z does have one going down, and now here comes the blue. The blue getting ready to close up completely. Bernozen going down, McGrellan going down, but McGrellan back up onto his feet, and now this is Bray and Vitelli 7 going down. It is just down to Vitelli. We got all of us 9Z up on top of this airplane trying to figure out exactly where that last player of iNCO is, and it's 9Z GLOBANT coming in iNCO Gaming as the champion.
Absolutely amazing stuff coming through here from them. Not quite sure how all of this is going to play out. But there we have it. It's on the screen. So it is going to be lovely. It is going to be great for iNCO. They've stepped up this pro match over the past few matches, just absolutely dominating the lobby. They took a little bit more of a slower approach coming into today's game because they wanted to ensure that extra little bit of safety. But here we have it. A valiant effort being brought forward here by 9Z. If it wasn't for the all-in golden rule, I don't know if they'd be able to play this much of a catch-up as they've been able to do right then and there. But it is going to be iNCO Gaming walking away with 229 total points. 9Z GLOBANT coming in 18 points away. Only 2 teams have been able to hit the 200 mark. But what a performance it was. Influence Rage going to be locked in on 3rd place and no change all the way down to 6th. Team Liquid moving up a little bit more. You can see Zero Mercy also with a beautiful upward movement. But from 12th downwards also, no major changes coming through. But we got to love the action and the insane level of gameplay that we've been seeing from our top squads over on that left side of the board. Influence Rage and the Wolves are going to walk away with 180 points apiece, but the Wolves yet to find a chicken dinner. The only team in the top 6 to not get a chicken dinner come their way.
Unbelievable. We've got triple digits all the way over to the 11th spot, but what an ending for iNCO. They were in first place the entire final stage. I don't think they ever were in any other placement but first. They brought it each and every game, getting 4 winner chicken dinners, and 9Z GLOBANT also with 4 winner chicken dinners. There it is, 9Z GLOBANT with 8 eliminations, 36 total points. The Wolves coming in second with 22. Team Liquid with 20. Both of them with 7 eliminations.
Absolutely insane effort being brought in across the way. But there we have it, 36 points as you've mentioned, and quite a few other teams getting sent back empty-handed. Very unfortunate, but that is just the way it goes. Here we have our final matches, the final outcome of all of it. Of course, the first 3 games were normal standard PUBG, but it is, of course, 9Z GLOBANT capitalizing on that all-in approach, getting double the value of the points. We did see a 56-point game in match number 4. And of course, then the 38-pointer getting dropped right here. But we got to give a big shout out to our MVPs. It is Vitaly, Diego, McGrellan, Salman, and Felipe, all packing in so much heat. It is, of course, Vitaly going to be sitting at the top there with 42 total eliminations in just these past 16 games.
With 7,189 damage, 46 grenades. Vitaly was a monster throughout this entire finals stages.
Yep, well, there we have it. It is all done. It is all dusted. We came super close to seeing that smash rule getting locked in back in match number 4, but iNCO got taken out, and well, if they didn't, they would have won already. But now it is official. iNCO will sit at the top of the board with a beautiful lead, and of course, a lot of carnage that we've seen come through, not only from the side of iNCO, but so many of our teams out on the battlefield, like just from the get-go, right? The first day back in the Continentals, there was, of course, the fancy way to say the league, right? Back in that stage. From there, everything just kept on stacking and stacking and stacking. These teams, of course, getting some pretty good gameplay in here. And I'm looking forward rather to see a lot of these squads, of course, represent themselves in the PMGC.
It is coming up soon, right at the end of this month, and yes, there are several of these teams going to PMGC, but that is it. Shout out to iNCO for winning, and they just brought in so much heat.
Yeah, they sure did. But on that one, of course, guys, thank you so much for joining in. We hope you enjoyed the action the teams brought to the battlefield as much as we did. And of course, remember to show them all the love you can in PMGC. It is going to be Gauntlet up first before heading into a double dose of group stage. So be sure to join in. Until then, we look forward to seeing you all back again soon when more action returns to the battlefield.
Have a great night, stay safe, and we will see you soon. Good night, everyone.